Hello, everybody. Welcome to 2024 election coverage. We'll be covering all the races here tonight. We'll be covering presidential, Senate, House, and governors. All that will be covered tonight. Hey, don't worry about it right now. Thanks. So, this is going to be our election coverage night again. I'm not endorsing any particular candidate. I am simply here to give y'all results as they come in. House, Senate, and presidential, and governor. So I just want to go over a couple things here tonight. Want to wait till I get some people in here, and then we'll start. You're watching the Outcast podcast. Hello, check 1, 2. This is the Outcast podcast. 2024 election coverage on YouTube and Twitch. Unbiased, unfiltered election coverage. I'm not here to endorse anybody. I'm just here to give you all the results as they come in. We are 1 hour and 5 minutes from the first set of poll closures. Some of those will be right off the bat predictions called. Your solid blue and solid red states will get called fairly quickly. You need to keep an eye on Virginia. Virginia is going to be a bellwether for the night. If we get a call within an hour or two of Virginia closing, it's a possible Harris president. If it is like 2016, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning before we get a call out of Virginia, then that could be a good sign for Trump. You just don't know what to expect there. But Virginia's going to be one of the ones you want to watch. And the reason I say that is, again, that is a bellwether state of how the night is going to go for the Democrats. If it is so close that they can't make a prediction before midnight, it's not going to look good for Harris. It could possibly get flipped this time. It's hard to say. I can tell you the Senate right now sits at 38 GOP and 28 Democratic seats right now. So that puts 28, 38, so that's what, 16 carried to 1, so that's 66 seats right now that are occupied. That's 34 seats up for grabs in the Senate tonight. I got so many notes to go through right now. We are going to be here all night long doing what we can do to give y'all the results in an accurate, fair, nonpartisan way. And we are trying 100% to give you that coverage without you being, without you saying, well, this guy is just 100% this or 100% that. Continuous live coverage of the 2024 presidential election right here on the Outcast Podcast. We will be here all night if we have to. We have 34 Senate seats up for election tonight. We have all 435 House seats are up. You got 11 up for the governor of states up for tonight. We'll be rocking and rolling here all night long, trying to give y'all the best coverage out there, nonpartisan coverage you can count on. You won't hear me endorse anybody here tonight. You won't hear me celebrate, hoop and holler. I will make my announcement when it's time to make it. We'll find out together. We'll know together. Right here, Nailcast Podcast. Hey, now. Outcast Podcast. Folks, this is a pivotal election for the state, the United States of America tonight. It is a reminiscent of 2016 and Hillary Rodham Clinton and Donald Trump. Now here we are with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Both of them ran and campaigned down to the last minute. And again, I am not going to sit here and endorse either candidate. I want to be non-biased in my results. I want to be non-biased with what I share with you guys. I want to be 100% not biased. Me being biased does nothing for you guys at all. You're watching 2024 election coverage here on the Outcast Podcast. Unbiased coverage, giving you the results without the hype. No politics here, just me giving you results as they come in. Maybe giving a prediction once in a while based on what I'm seeing for exit polls and whatnot. We have 34 Senate seats up for grabs tonight. We have all 435 House seats up for grabs. 11 states with governorships up for grabs. This is a pivotal election. It kind of reminds me of 2016 with Hillary Rodham Clinton and Donald Trump. This is Harris and Trump this time. It's reminiscent of 2016 because we are down to, there's a lot of states that are showing in the polls right now, the last minute polls, a lot of states were showing Trump and Harris a point or 2 points or 3 points separated with a margin of error of plus or minus 2 or 3 points. So they were in the margin of error for the poll, which gave us the exact same results as 2016, because we don't have accurate polling. Because, and this is my opinion, we got a lot of people out there this time that may be hiding who they voted for like they did last time. There's a lot of people that said they weren't going to vote for Trump that had to vote for him because the polling was all wrong. And I got a sneaky suspicion that it's going to be very tight tonight. Virginia is our state to watch. And I say that for a few reasons. If Virginia gets called early, and that's between closing and midnight, it looks good for the Democrats. If by midnight we don't have Virginia called, that is another reminiscent of 2016, and it's really, really close. The last hour or so, the votes started coming in right south of D.C., where the majority of the people who work in D.C. live. That is notorious for coming in at the last minute. If that's the case, then we've got a lot of waiting ahead of us tonight. Also, folks, I was looking at some information from a couple of different news organizations. It looks like about 70-something million votes were cast early. If that is the case, we're only 10 to 15 million votes off of 2020 results. It's like 87 million for Biden, whatever it was for Trump. But you're already 70-something million away. There wasn't a lot of enthusiasm about this election on either side until the last couple of weeks. So it's really hard to say which way this is going to go, but the last minute undecided, I'm voting today voter, and the polls start closing at 7 o'clock. And we're a little after 6. So I am watching 2 different sources for election results. I have live presidential election results coming in from the AP. I'm also watching NBC. All right, so Kentucky, here's exit polling out of Kentucky. We all know that's a Republican stronghold. Right now, 70% or so for Trump. We knew that was going to, your solid red states. The map I have up right now, I can very easily go on and fill in guaranteed red states, guaranteed blue states. I'm not doing that because this cycle has been so unpredictable. I don't want to go in and start predicting what I think is going to happen and get slapped in the face. We're 51 minutes away from the first set of poll closings. And in key states for polls closing, you got Florida. Half of Florida is Eastern, half of Florida is Central time zone. Part of the Panhandle is time zone. Okay, so now they're showing right now, they have not awarded it, but Trump is leading in Indiana and Kentucky right now. Those are 2 Republican strongholds. They've been red forever. They'll probably continue to be red. Like I said, I've got live results coming in right now. Harris has 14,845 votes as of right now. Trump has 27,398 as of right now. This is going to be your early vote for states that did early voting. This will be your early vote. 34 Senate seats up for election tonight, 435 House seats, all House seats. Every 2 years, you have to rerun for the House. Every 6 years for the Senate. We have 11 governorships up for tonight. I could go ahead and color in Kentucky and Indiana, but I'm not going to until they are called. I will not pre-occupy anything. Okay, closings for 7 o'clock. Let me go back over that real quick. So your 7 o'clock closings will be Georgia and a few others. My list is missing. I can't find my list, so I'll find those in a minute and go over it, but I don't know where I put my list. I got so much paperwork on my desk right now for the research I've been doing for tonight so that I can give y'all the best information possible. I'm steadily researching right now. I do have my son. He is in a different room in the house. He will be monitoring tonight, and he can help me. I can say, hey, son, I need so-and-so. He'll pull it up and either shoot it to me in Discord or put it in chat. More than likely, he'll shoot it to me over Discord, so that I can get it to you guys. But we are going to do our best to give y'all the unbiased, unfiltered, true results without saying, well, so and so and so and so. I don't want to get into that hype. I don't want to be Florida Bush Gore. I don't want to call a state and then it gets around and turns called a different way. When I call a state, it's going to be two sources that have called that state: a network and the AP. Usually the networks go off AP's calls, not always. That's going to be my thing. I do not want to make a call until I have justification to make that call. So that's how tonight's going to be. Biden won 2020 general election with 51.3% of the vote in 2020. 51.3 is not a lot. In 2020, Trump won Alabama 62-38 over Biden. 36.6 over Biden. The Harris campaign is checking in with the polls as they're set to close. Indiana, Trump is 71.8%. Harris is 26.8%. I will probably make a call on that one soon, just because I know how Indiana is. Kentucky right now, Trump is at 60.9%. Harris is at 37.8%. That is 8 electoral votes up for grabs. I'll change the background music in the minute, folks. I'm trying to get 7 o'clock poll closings: Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, and I missed the rest of the list there. I got to get it wrote down. I just haven't gotten that far yet, and that's my fault. Well, I had it wrote down, but I don't know what I did with it. And I got a spreadsheet I got to make up too. Y'all get to hear some clackety clack while Greg gets to work here. If you got any suggestions, feel free to email me, outcastpodcastsc@gmail.com. Welcome to the Outcast Podcast 2024 election results. Unbiased, 100%. Grade aid. No bullcrap coverage. You will not hear me tell you anything that is not actual true. Okay, so you've got Indiana, Kentucky closed at 6. 7 o'clock is Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. That's our scheduled closings as of right now. 2 states, Indiana and Kentucky, have yet to be called. Trump is leading by about 45,000 votes right now in those 2 states. So we'll see what happens there. And you're going to hear me clicking and clacking all night long, and it's just because I have no choice but to keep checking on things, because if I don't, I'll get behind here. I got to get my spreadsheet up here. Just Google Sheets. Where you at? There you are. That is not what I wanted. Sorry about that. The wife wanted to talk to me real quick. She's at work. She works from home, and she's in there working right now. So I'm trying to get all my stuff together. So hey, I hope everybody is having a good night. I know this is a very stressful night for a lot of people. And I'm hoping that we can make this happen. So I promise y'all, I'm trying my best to keep up with you guys and do what I need to do. If I miss you saying something, I do apologize. I'm just trying to get. I'm on an hour earlier than I wanted to be. So as I call states, I will put them into my spreadsheet here so I can keep up with it. But like I said, right now, there's been no states called. It's too early because the polls have not closed yet. But polls have closed in 2 states, but only 2 states as of right now. Hopefully everything goes smooth and we don't have a debacle where we're waiting 3 days for election results. Um, Bush Gore situation would not be good for this country right now. Exit polls right now, democracy is the top issue. State of democracy is the top issue for voters in the exit polls that I'm seeing right now. Again, I'm getting my information from multiple sources, not just one. So when I make a call, it will be accurate. The poll closings again for 7 o'clock will be Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. Keep in mind that Indiana and Kentucky are in the central time zones, so they will actually be an 8 o'clock closing and a 7 o'clock closing for their central time. And then our 7:30 poll closings will be North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Our 8 o'clock poll closings, and there's a heap of them for 8 o'clock. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Michigan, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, North Dakota, Central Time Zone, Oklahoma, Indiana, South Dakota Central, Tennessee, Texas Central, and Washington, D.C. Then you've got Arkansas at 8:30. At 9, you have Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. And that there is a block of red states. So just letting you know. My spreadsheet's going to be done by state, by poll close time, and not by alphabet. And we are still here, folks. We're just trying our best to get some stuff done here. And we are doing our best. So give it. Whoa, my mic just came off. So I am still here with you. We are still looking at everything. As soon as a state gets called, I will let you know. I'm getting my spreadsheet, trying to get my spreadsheet done here. I finally found what I was looking for. All right, this is the Outcast Podcast here. We are still waiting for results here. We won't start getting results for a little bit. Polls closing 6 and 7, 7:38, 8:39, 9:30, with a major set on an 8. I can pretty much tell you now this is going to be a long night. We're going to be up for a long time tonight. I do not see this ending quickly. Indiana had 1,419,103 early votes. 1.4 million early votes in Indiana. In Iowa, you had 655,000 plus early voters. So again, this is going to be a long night. I can just see it now, how long of a night we're going to have. But we're going to stick with it. We'll be here. Whether anybody's watching me or not, I'll be here. Go ahead and put your prediction, who's going to win, in chat. Just something I'm going to keep up with. I'm also going to put a poll on my YouTube stream. If you want to join me over in the Outcast Podcast over on YouTube, I do have a poll up right now. Outcast Podcast on YouTube. If you need the link, if you're watching me on Twitch and you want the YouTube link, I'll be happy to post it in chat for you. We're here. And we're going to be here all night long. Okay, so right now, with the votes that we have in, the AP has not called the race as of yet. For in these two states, Indiana and Kentucky. Indiana is 61% Trump, 37.3% Harris, 89,865 votes for Trump, 54,584 for Harris. In Kentucky, 66.1% for Trump, 32.8% for Harris, 31,249 for Trump, 15,530 for Harris. Those two states closed at 6. The next group closes at 7. So we are just waiting for some states to start giving us more results than what we're getting. Those are the only two states that we are getting any results out of yet. Florida, you will start getting results in around 7 for Florida. But remember, in Florida, part of the Panhandle is in the Central Time Zone. That is a big Republican territory in that section. That was one of the reasons why 2000, I believe that's 2000, Gore and Bush Florida flipped back and forth a couple of times because they called it based on the state, and they didn't take into account the panhandle, where a majority of your Democrats, a majority of your Republican votes are in that area. Yeah, I'm making a little bit of noise here. I'm digging into my chocolate. I bought chocolate for tonight. I have Rotel dip and chips. I've got a 24-pack of Mountain Dew, pack of cigarettes. We good to go for tonight. We will take breaks periodically throughout the night, just so that I don't get too wore out. And there will be times that I may have to take my dog out. I got a new puppy, and if nobody in the house can help me take him out, I'll have to take him out. But feel free to jump in to the YouTube stream if you would like. If you want to stay in the Twitch stream, hey, you're more than welcome. I do not know much about Twitch. I stream there, but that's about all I know. I haven't spent a lot of time on Twitch. I don't know the platform, so I'm not going to lie to you. I just haven't learned that platform yet. I'm trying to learn one platform at a time so that I can do a great job at what I'm doing. And one platform at a time is about all I can learn. Having had a stroke a few months ago, about a month ago now, maybe a month and a half. I'm limited on certain things, and I can't keep my mind bogged down too much with different things. But we're doing the best we can with what we got. All right, so Indiana, we're still looking at 62% for Trump, 36% for Harris, and Kentucky 66% for Trump, 32.8% for Harris. Let me get my 7 o'clock closings in once. Yeah, I'm just taking my time here and get my spreadsheet together, folks. Just bear with me. And we'll get it all done here. All right. Checking back on the election results, they still have not called those 2 states. So I'm not going to do anything with those states yet. They have not yet been called. We're about 25 minutes away from the next set of poll closings. Our 7 o'clock poll closings will be Florida on the Eastern time zone, Georgia, Indiana's Central time zone, which is okay. Indiana, Kentucky, half the state's Eastern, half the state is Central. That's why they have not called those states yet, because half the state has not closed the polls yet. I forgot about that. That's my fault. So Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia will be your 7 o'clock poll closings. Like I said earlier, if they have not closed, if they haven't called Virginia by midnight for Harris, that's a bad sign for the Democrats, because that's a 2016 repeat. That's not a good sign. Exit polls a few minutes ago from Michigan and from Michigan and from Wisconsin. Showed excuse me, showed a Trump in the lead slightly in those states. And looking at what I can see now, they've got North Carolina and Georgia, Virginia, Pennsylvania. They got a lot of states in there right now, either shaded for Harris or they're playing with the board, which is probably something I'll do later. I'll bring up a second one of these right here, and I'll have the actual one I'm working with, and then the second one that I play around with. Again, we're looking at 34 Senate seats, 435 House seats, and 11 governor seats up for election tonight. We are waiting on 7 o'clock poll closings. That's when you're going to get your first round of predictions as far as who is winning what. You'll see some leans when you're watching, the news. You're not going to see leaning with me. I'll tell you it's leaning this way, it's leaning that way, but I'm not going to call a state. I might predict what I think a state is going to do based on what I'm seeing, but I'm not going to sit there and say 100%, this state is going to this person unless I'm really sure. Like it's 3 o'clock in the morning, there's 99.9% of the ballot, the votes may count. All right, we're back. Outcast Podcast. So we have, again, 34 Senate seats up for grab, 435 House seats up for grab, 11 governorships are up tonight. Still no calls in Indiana, Kentucky, and we won't get calls on that until 7 top of the hour or afterwards before we get a definite call on any state unless they are 110% sure that it's going to be what they say it's going to be. Florida, 2000 Florida kind of killed them with that. 9% reporting in Indiana right now, 57% Harris. 57% Trump, 41% Harris. Kentucky right now is 65% Trump, 33% Harris. Those are the only 2 states right now that have any results listed at all. I apologize for the background noise that you guys are hearing. The family is out and about and not being very polite tonight, but it'll be all right. We'll make it through. Any questions, go ahead and post them in chat. You can also send me an email at outcastpodcastsc@gmail.com. I hate to end my freaking email. What's going on here? I gotta make it in. I always got backups to get into everything that I run. Yeah, I know there's a sign alert because it's me. But anyway, you can send me an email, outcastpodcastsc@gmail.com. I'll be checking the email throughout the night. You can post in any questions in chat. If chat starts taking off, if we start getting a lot of people in here and it takes off, I'll put it in slow mode. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me. Hit that like button if you like the content. It lets other people know you're enjoying the show, and that may bring some more people in. If you'd like to donate to the podcast, help get new podcast equipment, new streaming software, Cash App tag is in the bottom banner that is scrolling. You don't have to. I'm not asking you to. That's just there if you choose to do so. Are you on the edge of your seat tonight on what we're going to wake up to tomorrow? Are we going to wake up to unrest? Are we going to wake up to peace? What are we going to wake up to tomorrow? So much has been put into this election by so many people that have just come out and used this election to cause hate in this country. Hate and discontent. And it's nothing but an election, folks. I know there's a lot at stake here. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not going to get political. I'm not going to go through all the issues. I'm not here for that. I'm here to give you election results and the insights that I have. The different sources that I'm looking at, different networks I'm looking at. I'm gathering all the information so you don't have to. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, I hope this person wins or that person wins. But one scenario we have to look at is if Trump was to win, Is it going to be peaceful? Are the Democrats going to accept it? If Trump loses, what is the mega group, extreme right? What are they going to do? Are we going to have civil unrest tomorrow? Or will Trump stand up there and say, hey, she won fair and square, and calm the masses? Nobody knows. All we can do is pontificate on what we think is going to happen, but we're never sure. Donald Trump and the people that follow him. We were about 13 minutes away from the next round of poll closings. One of the exit polls in North Carolina was, is the money going to people who need it after the hurricane? 49% yes, 46% no. Colorado had 2 million early voters. Indiana had 1.4 million early voters, and Iowa had 655,000 early voters cast ballots. North Carolina is another big Ohio exit poll here. You think immigrants due to U.S. hurt or help? 46% hurt, 47% help, 1% off. Governor John Shapiro's job approval, 58% approved, 31% disapprove. And we have 11 governorships up tonight. We have 34 Senate seats, and all 435 House seats are up for election. Okay, Macomb County, North Carolina, they got it up on one of the news stations right now, but they didn't show anything when they clicked on the box. So, assuming as of right now, there is no results at all. Some states won't start reporting their results for some time. They can put their live votes out there, their early votes out there now if they wanted to, but they're not going to start putting them out more than likely until we get their polls, the polls closed in that state, because they don't want to discourage somebody from voting. So if you don't put the results out, but in Indiana, Kentucky, half the states closed, half the states open. So they released the vote from the ones that are closed. They can do that. At 7 o'clock, Florida can really start releasing results. Waiting on the other polls in the Panhandle that don't close till 8 because they're central. They won't get those results until 8 o'clock, and then it comes down to, hey, what happens as far as calling the states? So I'm gonna go ahead right now and I'm gonna give those 2 states to Trump for now, and that's just because I'm looking at the results and I don't see Harris winning those 2 states. Those 2 states have been red forever. I don't see that changing. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa. Iowa's in play. Nobody would have thought Iowa would be in play right now. I surely didn't. And those polls in Iowa close at 9 p.m. Eastern. So, but right now, I'm giving those 2 states to Trump simply because that's probably the way it's going to go with the results that we're getting right now. I don't see Kamala Harris making up a 17-point deficit in Indiana. I don't see her making up a 38-point deficit in Kentucky. I just don't see it. I mean, it's possible. All things are possible. But I personally, right now, do not see it happening. I'm calling those two states. I said I wouldn't, but I'm gonna call those two simply because I think that there's a high probability that he will win those two states. I could call a couple other guaranteed that I know he would, probably. They would probably win, but the red wall, the blue wall. I mean, I could go mark all that right now, but I'm not going to do that because I want to see how things go. I don't want to poke the bear and be wrong. So let me reset this real quick. I'm not going to call these two states yet. I'm just going to leave them. I'll leave them blank for now. I know which way they're probably going to go, but we're going to leave them blank for now. Let me see if we got anything yet in any of the Senate races. Indiana, right now, they're calling that, or they're not calling it, but it's leaning Republican right now for the Senate. The House. Half part of Kentucky's been called for the House. 2 seats. Right now, half of Kentucky is solid red, half of it is leaning, and that is for the House. For governors, Indiana, New Hampshire is leaning red right now for governor. 8, but it's only 6 votes in, so we're not gonna, show butts over that one. For Indiana, Mike Braun is leading by, looks like about 17 points right now. So we just have to see how things go there. But again, there's no states called as of right now for the presidential election. And it won't be for some time, at least for another 7 or 8 minutes. I'm gonna hang out here till 7. We'll see what gets called at 7 o'clock. And then after that, I'll probably take a quick 5 or 10 minute break and then come back in and go back to work. So just recap, 34 Senate seats up for grabs, 435 House, 11 governorships. Indiana had 1.4 million early voters. Iowa had 655,916 early voters. Colorado had 2 million early voters. They got first ball closing on this at 58 minutes, and that's just not right because you got, South Carolina, Indiana, Kentucky, and a few others that close at 7. So I'm not sure where they're getting that from. Or most of all, they may be putting in the states that have split time zones. All right, let's see here. Most important issue nationwide: foreign policy 4%, immigration 11%, abortion 14%, the economy 31%, and state of the democracy 35%. That is nationwide exit poll. That's a combination of everything they've done nationwide. So that's a lot. Who do you trust more to handle the economy nationwide? Trump, 51%. Harris, 47%. This is your exit polls. Who do you trust more to handle abortion? Harris, 50%. Trump, 44%. And then there's who do you trust more to handle immigration? Harris, 46%. Trump, 53%. That is a nationwide exit poll. So that's some of the issues pushing things right now. Still no calls by the AP on any states right now as far as the president's concerned. They are calling House races and Senate races based on information, but I don't see that happening. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but I doubt it. When do people make their decision? 92% before the last week, 7% in the last week. So 7% nationwide. 35% of people state the democracy. All right, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont is our 7 p.m. closings. So we are just a few minutes away from those polls closing. And 8 o'clock is Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida, one part, and Illinois. I keep dropping stuff. This is going to be a long night. But all we can do is just sit here and hope together that everything comes out just right. And again, the state of democracy, important issue. Men 36%, women 33%. Economy, men 34%, women 28%. Men on abortion 8%, women 19%. And on immigration, men 12%, women 10%. That's a nationwide exit poll. And I kind of had the feeling those 4 questions were probably going to be on every exit poll out there, because that's just a hot topic that's been going on since Harris took over the campaign from Biden. That became one of the big issues. And so it is what it is. It be what it be. We just sit here and chill and wait for some results to start coming in. They're still showing 54 minutes to the first poll closing, and I don't know where that's coming from, because I have a list of poll closings here that shows 7 o'clock, and we're like almost at 7 o'clock right now. It's actually 7 o'clock right now. So I'm not sure where they're getting that from, unless they're not going to make any predictions until that time, which is possible. Let me get some different music on. We've been listening to that for a while. Now let me turn it down just far. Oh, there we go. There's some generic music until we get more people in here and some interaction going. Hey, if you're watching the live stream, go grab a friend and say, hey, they're on Twitch or they're on YouTube. Hey, go watch this guy. Give me some viewers in here. Let's build this channel up. All right. Not sure. Looks like they're going to call Kentucky for Trump. AP has got 8 electoral votes up there, and that would be Kentucky. So the AP has called Kentucky for Trump. That gives Trump 8 electoral votes. Harris 0. Well, we got a long night, folks, so let us not worry. But I kind of figured that was going to happen, and I kind of figured they were going to wait, start calling stuff on the networks for a little bit. And even though they're showing 8 electoral votes for Trump right now, they just called Indiana as well. So Indiana and Kentucky have now been called for Trump, and Florida is leaning Trump, but not by much. It's 56%, 43%, 115,000 votes for Trump, 89,000 votes for Harris. That's going to be a long night. Vermont has been called for Hillary, for Harris. I said Hillary Clinton. Could be because I got 2016 results up here as well. So Kamala Harris has 3. Donald Trump has 19. Rick Scott's leading in the Florida Senate race right now. Scrolling down my list here. All right, let's see. Let's spin and see what we can. Harris. I got them caught up with that. Senate. Indiana has been called for Jim Banks. Vermont. Bernie Sanders. Provisional. There's no votes in yet. Trump's about 114,000 votes up over Harris in Florida right now. The House, Indiana, and Kentucky are called Republican. Florida has 1 Democrat district that's been called for Democrat and 1 leaning Republican. No definite call there as of yet. That's 3 states called right now, and that's the same 3 states that pretty much get called every time early. So we're in for a long night, folks. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long night. Opinion of Kamala Harris: 50% unfavorable, 48% favorable. She's under 2% for her favorability rating, which was an issue for Hillary Rodham Clinton back in 2016. Her unfavorability was worse than Trump. So all right, Georgia, as of right now, is leaning Donald Trump, but that is one that changed in a heartbeat. We've seen that the last election. I'm definitely not getting anywhere near that one, calling wise. Not going to happen. all we can do is just keep sitting and waiting. So, general election wise, I'll give you the national numbers right now. Electoral votes: Harris 3, Trump 19. Total votes as of right now: Harris 1,437,000, 45% of the vote. Trump 1,709,000 with 53.9% of the vote. But as you guys know, you've been watching elections for a while. The Democratic states, when they start turning in, it's going to be a big event when they start turning theirs in, because that's when the blue wall is going to come up. That's when the red wall is going to come up. And we're going to look at 7 states to decide the presidency. Ohio, Democrats or Republicans, either one really can't. It's hard to win. It's hard to win any state, any election, president-wise, in this country without Ohio and Florida. Those are 2 states you really got to have. If you don't get both of them, if you don't get Florida, you can kind of not get Ohio if you pick up like Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, off the wall, Nevada, or Arizona. You might have a chance. But getting Florida and Ohio almost guarantees you the presidency. Almost. They just have to look and see exactly what could happen. It's a wait and see deal. And that's what we're doing. We're waiting and seeing. 45 minutes until, according to the news source that I'm watching right now, they have not called any states. The networks won't really call any till the top of the hour. AP's calling them right now. I'm not sure why. AP's calling them so early, unless they're just confident in their numbers. If they're confident in their numbers, then AP will call a state. They'll call it before. They'll call it before the networks will. So my phone's going crazy here. Oh, let's see what's up. I want to thank that person for the donation to the channel. We've been from earlier today when I did a different live feed. But thank you for the donation to the channel. Every donation helps. And I will eventually be able to get my new equipment and my streaming software that I need. National vote wise, 2,048,000 for Harris, 2,338,000 for Trump. 3 electoral votes for Harris, 19 electoral votes for Trump. Georgia and Florida right now are leaning Trump. Robert Kennedy Jr. has 4,600 votes right now. Chase Oliver of the Libertarian Party got 12,500. Other candidates have 7,600. Bill Stein has 13,132. So there's about 30,000 votes that will not be going to one of the 2 major party players here. That could affect the results as well. Because 2016, people were voting for Jill Stein, and that was pulling out the vote that could have went to Clinton. And and maybe gave her what she needed to get over the top. But one thing that was wrong with 2016, that day, the pontificators got on MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, all the major networks. Tonight's going to be a great night. Hillary's got it in the bag. She's won. We're going to have our first female president. They were too confident early in the morning. I mean, this thing started with like Morning Joe. Polls hadn't even opened yet, and they were declaring victory for Hillary rather than Clinton. And a lot of people didn't go vote, or it drove the Trump supporters to go vote in droves. So they actually kind of shot themselves in the foot in 2016. They could do the same thing right now. Oh, AP has got Georgia leaning blue. 55% Harris, 44% Trump. Just put in the chat if y'all would like for me to list the states as AP colors them and then change them as they are called, or just do like I'm doing now and just call them when it's called. Because I can light it up like they've got it right now, but I don't want to do that because I don't have a way to. I don't want to false. I don't want to keep somebody from going to vote, and polls are still open. Big shout out to my son, who will be helping me tonight. When I asked him to come in, I haven't asked him to come in yet because I got one viewer. My views don't get up. I may not be on here very long. Virginia. Remember what I told you about? I told you about Virginia. It has just gone red. That is not unusual for Virginia. The major Democratic hold for Virginia is the Fairfax area just south of D.C. They do not come in till late. It's been the last few years, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning before that part of Virginia gives us enough votes to call that state. Florida, who knows for Florida when we'll get the results for Florida. It's interesting watching this map start filling in here. And Trump's got an 8.8% advantage right now, national poll wise. So we just gotta wait and see. Let me there, that's better. So we got Georgia leaning Democrat right now, Virginia and Florida leaning Republican, the presidential race as of right now. That can all change, and we all know that. Trump is a 52% in Florida, with 42% reporting. Harris is 51% in Georgia, with 3% reporting. We got a long way to go in Georgia. We got a long way to go in Florida. The Florida Panhandle is part of it is in the central time zone, which will cause some consternation there, because that's what caused 2000 Bush Gore to go haywire. Right, so I need to put Florida on my spreadsheet. And almost book. And in Florida, we're going to be leaning Trump in progress. Virginia right now is leaning Trump in progress. And Georgia is leaning Harris in progress. Okay. Virginia leaning Trump this early is nothing new. Georgia is kind of worrying me right this minute. And the reason it's worrying me is there's been a lot of complaints about voter intimidation in Georgia. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And you got the ballots that were burned in some of the Pacific Northwest states and some of the northeastern states here on the East Coast. Luckily, a lot of those ballot drop boxes had fire suppression systems in them, and they were able to scavenge some of those votes. Okay, folks, Georgia just went from blue to red, so it's now leaning towards Trump. So let me go in and change that on my spreadsheet. And Florida is leaning Trump right now. So Georgia, Florida, and Virginia are all leaning Republican right now. They have not been called, but that's how they are leaning at the moment. You're listening to the Outcast Podcast on YouTube and Twitch, live election 2024 coverage. I will be back in a few moments. I'm going to step away and take care of some personal things I need to take care of. Hint, hint. And we'll be right back. podcast, coming to you live YouTube through Twitch. Okay, so Virginia is leaning towards Trump. South Carolina, Trump is leaning towards Trump. Georgia and Florida leaning towards Trump. We had New Hampshire leaning towards Trump a minute ago. They pulled that down, and nobody knows. I don't know why they pulled it down. They had it being red momentarily, and then they just pulled it completely down, so it's no longer leaning red. But that didn't shock me or surprise me, and that's because every year New Hampshire will lean red because they're part of state that turns their stuff in first. Virginia has gone back blue. Virginia now leaning Harris. That state's going to go back and forth for a while, probably. So we change that in the spreadsheet. As far as being called, the AP has called for Harris, Vermont, and for Trump, Indiana and Kentucky, giving Harris 3 electoral votes and Trump 19 electoral votes. Folks, do me a favor, spread the word about me being on right now, because I'm going to be on all night long. We're going to be here helping you guys get through this without the politics involved. I don't care who you voted for, as long as you voted. We all have to vote for somebody, as long as we exercised our right to vote. And it's not my place to sit here and say, well, you should have voted for this person and you should have voted for that person, because you're the one. It's your right to pick whoever you want to pick. And I don't really care who you chose. I don't have a dog in the fight because I'm a podcast. It's not my job to sit here and say, you should have voted for XYZ. My job to give you the results in an unbiased, fair way with the right analysis. We have 34 Senate seats up for grabs tonight, 11 governorships, all 435 House seats are up. Every election, all your House seats are up. They only are 2-year term, the Senate 6 years. And I don't know why the House and the Senate president haven't gone in and changed the terms for the House to match the terms for the Senate every 6 years. And every 6 years, the House would be up, and every 6 years, the Senate would be up. And for 6 years, we would know, here's who we're dealing with in Congress. And that would tell us who to vote for president, because you kind of want the same party president or whatever. So right now, Vermont is leaning Bernie Sanders. Virginia is leaning Democrat for Senate. Indiana has been called for the Republicans, for Jim Banks winning the Senate. Florida, Rick Scott is ahead. And Virginia, Timothy Kaine is ahead. And in Vermont, Bernie Sanders has been declared the winner. And the state of Vermont. For the House, Vermont is leaning blue. Parts of Kentucky and Indiana are leaning red. Parts of Virginia leaning red. South Carolina, Georgia. Parts of Florida leaning red, called red. And one spot there looks like Miami-Dade, the Democrats. Right now there's 11 GOP seats that have been won and 6 House seats for the Democrats that have been won. 2020 for the governors, where we're at right now, we have got 11 governor seats up for grabs tonight. Vermont right now leaning Republican, New Hampshire leaning Democrat. Back to the presidential race at hand. We still do not have any additional called states. We are right now I'm looking for the next. I have about 24 minutes or so from official poll closings in a lot of states that have already closed, but some of them are forced to stay open, I think, because of the lines, people waiting to vote. I'm looking for another source here real quick. Just bear with me. There's a particular network I'm looking for, and for some reason, they are not live. It kind of makes me mad. Let me take that one. And then let me bring up the other screen. I'm trying to get as many streams going as I can so that I can give you guys the best results I can give you in the quickest amount of time. Now, where is that other one I just saw? Where is it at? Just saw it, and I wanted to click on it because it was nothing but a map. There it is. Okay. All right. So Virginia's still leaning blue. South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida right now all leaning red. I'm trying to see. They are provisionally calling the state right this moment because that is 8. 11 is 19. West Virginia has been called for President Trump, adding 4 more electoral votes, 23 electoral votes for Trump, 3 for Harris. Go ahead and put this in. So West Virginia has been called for former President Trump. Some of these states I could go in right now on the map and just fill them in based on historical, this state's always been this state's always been that. So we kind of know the red wall, we kind of know the blue wall, but this cycle's been so unpredictable. I don't want to go out and just start marking them because this could be a night that either Harris runs the board or Trump runs the board. Both of them have paths to 270. Either one of them can win. It's not like one has an advantage over the other. Both have high unfavorable, unfortunately. So that's a 2016 problem that Harris and Trump Clinton and Trump had because of the unpredictable nature that happened during that election. So all we can do is just sit, patiently wait. Now, as soon as I get these results, I'm giving them to you guys as quick as I get them. That's why I've got multiple sources up for me to be able to give you guys the results as quick as I can get them. Huh. So no other states have been put up by AP as leaning one way or the other right now for president. National vote is a 10-point lead. Trump leading by 10 percentage points And the national vote, as of right now, which is not unusual for a Republican this early, because most of your states that are closing right now are Republican states. As we get later in the evening, your Democratic states will start closing. And when they start closing, that's when you'll see the Democrats start racking up electoral votes. If, and I say this, and like I told y'all earlier, I'm not going to be here for the politics of it, but I will pontificate once in a while on my feelings. A lot of people are still voting, and I don't want to discourage anybody from voting. If you haven't voted, you got time, get your butt out there and get to it. What are you waiting for? There has been several reports out there that I've seen prediction wise from some people that I kind of trust that predict different things. One of them predict a landslide by Trump of 300 plus electoral votes. One has Harris barely winning, and one has a tie 270 to 270, which would have Congress, the House would then pick the winner. If the Republicans are in control of the House, then naturally Trump's going to win, and that's going to cause unrest. If the Democrats are in the House, control-wise, they'll pick Harris. That'll cause unrest. So I pray that we don't have a 270-270 tie. That's just something we don't need in this country. We need a definitive win by one or the other candidate, and it doesn't need to be by a percentage point nationally. It doesn't need to be a 49-50, or 49-51 winning. It needs to be a marginal win. We need a 5, 10, 15 point victory for whomever. North Carolina leaning blue right now, according to the AP. They just put that up. So Virginia and North Carolina and New Hampshire all leaning Harris. Georgia, South Carolina, Florida right now all leaning Trump. Vermont has been called for Harris. West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana have been called for Trump. Trump currently has 23 electoral votes. Harris has 3. National vote wise, Trump has a 10 percentage points ahead of Harris. Harris with 44, Trump with 54. 4.6 million for Harris, 5.6 million for Trump. Our next round of poll closings will not be too far away. Votes are being counted in Georgia, North Carolina. Trump is showing 60% right now in Georgia versus Harris. So it's 60% vote count for Donald Trump and 38% for Harris right now in Georgia. Florida is 54% Trump, 45% Kamala Harris. North Carolina, 68% Harris, 30% Trump. Don't count your chickens on that one yet, because Trump, North Carolina is kind of like Virginia. They're bigger, some of their bigger metropolitan cities, Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham, your big college towns. They've started turning results in already, and that kind of sometimes will skew. Ohio has been shown out leading Trump 57% to 42%. So Ohio leaning Trump, but that is early yet. So we have a 23 electoral votes for Trump. We have a 3 electoral votes for Harris. I keep checking my different maps here. Our 8 o'clock poll closings: Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Central Time Zone in Florida, Delaware, Illinois, Central for Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan on the Eastern time zone, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, North Dakota's Central time zone, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Central, Tennessee, Texas, Central, and Washington, D.C. Our 7:30 poll closings were North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Those are closed. West Virginia having been called. There's 2 Senate seats, 1 governor, and 31 House seats in the 7:30 poll closings. In the 8 o'clock, you have 171 electoral votes, 12 Senate seats, 3 governor races, and 161 House seats, all in the 8 o'clock round of voting. New Hampshire is right now with 6% reporting, Harris 55%, Trump 43% right now. Again, we'll sit here and just keep up with all the results. Whenever I see anything that pops up, as I see it, I shall report it. As states are either called or leaning to, they're leaning Republican, if they're leaning Democrat, I will report that. I don't have a map that gives me a leaning, unfortunately. I looked for one and I found one, but it was too difficult to use. It was really difficult to use. Whoever designed that map did not make it user friendly. So we got a bit of music on there. Keep quiet. Again, Ohio, leaning Republican right now. New Hampshire, Virginia, North Carolina, all leaning for Harris. South Carolina, Georgia, Florida right now, all leaning Republican for Trump. Trump with a 20-point electoral vote lead right at this moment. Our 8:30 poll closing is one state, just Arkansas, with 6 electoral votes and 4 House seats. There's no Senate seat up in Arkansas this time around, which means when we get into the midterms in 2026, their Senate seats will be up. Their Senate seats. Each state gets 2 senators. I think we need to revamp the House. I don't see why some of these states have 50 House members. The House could be cut down to 200 members, giving each state, you could give each state 4 members of Congress and only have 200 and something members in the House. And it might run more efficient that way, to be honest with you. Because the 435 we got now can't get along for nothing. They can't agree on the menu. They're saying this is going to be a really tight night. Good result. Control of the House and the Senate. U.S. House and U.S. Senate are both up for grabs. Let's give you a rundown on the Senate. The GOP right now has gained a seat. They're up to 40. The Democrats have lost a seat. They're at 29. There's been a couple of predictions that the Republicans will gain control of the Senate this time. So here's your scenario. Hold on one second. So here's a scenario for you. Tell me what you think. Democrats don't get the House or the Senate that stays in Republican control. One moment, everybody. All right, just getting a little bit of information update there. So we have a lot going on here tonight, a lot to talk about. I will be here all night long, bringing you the information as I get it. I will not be sitting here and saying this person should have won, that person should have won, and you should have voted this way, you should have voted that way. It's between you and you on who you vote for. That is not my job here. My job here is to give you unbiased, 100% real results as we get them, so you know where things are at. To share exit poll results with you, to share whatever needs to be shared. I'm here. If you've got a question, please put it in chat or email me, outcastpodcast SC Sierra Charlie @gmail.com. and I will be happy to answer your question. I'll read it out over chat. I'll answer it over chat. If you don't want me to read it out over chat, put on there, please do not read over chat, and I will just email you an answer back if that's what you want. Please, if you're on Twitch, if you have a YouTube account, please go to YouTube and look up Outcast Podcast. You see my, up in the upper right-hand corner, you see my Outcast Podcast there. That same picture is on my Outcast Podcast YouTube account, making it easy to find me. So please, if you're on Twitch and you have a YouTube account, subscribe to me on YouTube. Help me build that channel. I'm trying to get that channel built up so that I can access features through YouTube that I cannot access right now because I do not have enough subscribers. So if you don't mind, run over there and subscribe and help me grow. I need 500 subscribers total. And right now I am sitting at, I'm bringing up exactly how much I got. So right now I'm sitting at 13 subscribers. I have a 500 subscriber goal that will get me access to everything I need to get access to on YouTube Studios. I won't have to use a outside streaming software for that part. I use it right now so I can stream multiple platforms at one time. That's what's got me on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, with using the streaming software. So this is the part I hate, that you're waiting for these. Once we get to a certain point, results will really start rolling in, and we'll be good. All right. Over everything. Ohio's still leaning Republican right now. New Hampshire still leaning Democrat. Virginia and North Carolina still leaning Democrat. South Carolina, Georgia, Florida still leaning Republican at the moment. My map is what you see has been called. Until it gets called, I will not mark it on my map. Once it gets called, I will mark it. Thank you for stopping by. Whoever has come in, I do see I have one viewer at the moment. I do appreciate you stopping in. I believe you are on Twitch watching me right now, but I don't see any YouTube watchers right now. So if you're watching me on Twitch, I appreciate it. And I still got that banner up. Let me get that banner down here. Yeah, we got the banners. All right, let's look at a couple of different maps here. I'm gonna share this tab with you guys real quick. So this is from AP. This is one of the maps I'm following. There's a couple other ones I'm following as well. I'm following on this one as well. This is where I'm getting some of my information from. And then I got a couple of networks up as well. So I'm watching some network coverage so that I can get y'all the best information as quickly as I can. All right. Let's change the music here. You know, so much music I can play on here and not get YouTube banned for copyright infringement. This is one of the YouTube songs I'm allowed to play, so playing YouTube. Got 3% reporting right now. North Carolina, Kamala Harris, 68%. Georgia, 59%, 59.6% of the vote. 20% reporting for Georgia. Florida, 80% reporting, 54.9% for Donald Trump. That means Miami Dade, the what they call the Democratic coast, the Gold Coast of Florida. Miami Dade, that area up in there, down in the southeast corner of Florida, at the bottom of the state down there. That's your Democrat safe haven. And that's where a majority of the Democrat votes come from in Florida. And they normally are kind of late getting their votes counted. So that's one reason why it's always just parent from Florida. Waiting and seeing. Okay, so I'm going to go down the 8 o'clock poll closings one more time so that everybody has it. So Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida Central, Illinois, Kansas Central, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, the eastern part of Michigan time zone, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, North Dakota Central, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota Central, Tennessee, Central time zone in Texas, and Washington, D.C. 8 o'clock has 171 electoral votes, 12 Senate seats, 3 governor seats, and 161 House seats that will be in it. That is one of the biggest blocks of the night. Right there. Still hasn't been any additional calls made by the AP. National vote-wise, Harris 6.1 million at 43.6%. Trump 7.7 million, 55.5% of the national vote. Do you think we should leave the Electoral College behind and go to a popular vote? Or should we stay with the Electoral College that was designed to give every state a say? Because if you go just with a national vote, popular vote, you're not going to see another Republican president ever, probably. And that's not good, because that's only one segment of the population controlling everything. And a lot of people are pushing for that. And that's your cup of tea, that's your cup of tea. There's a reason the founding fathers put the Electoral College in place. And that's to give everybody a fair share. Ooh, Ohio has turned blue, leaning blue right now. Harris 52, Trump 46% of the vote. So let me go in and put Ohio on my spreadsheet. Leaning Harris. Oh, I don't have North Carolina on there either. I'm going to put North Carolina on my spreadsheet. That is Leaning Harris. I'm just going through here now, making adjustments on my spreadsheet so that I can just look at it at a glance and tell what's called and not called. I didn't see Ohio, and I'll be honest, I didn't see Ohio turning red to blue. That's kind of a shock to me. Didn't see that coming, but it's early. So we'll see what happens here. That's interesting. Kamala's got 52%, with only 4% reporting in North Carolina. That may wind up going back. So Harris only has about a 60,000 vote lead right now in Ohio. Maryland has been called for Harris. Maryland has been called for Harris. Let me go in here now and change that. So, okay, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. Hold on one second, folks. Let me update my map here. Tennessee. Who I am not believing they have called Florida for Trump. Wow. Florida. South Carolina has gone Trump. Alabama and Mississippi have gone Trump. Got Maryland, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Harris, Rhode Island, up there, and then Maryland, Connecticut, Maryland, on there, yep, Connecticut, yep. Texas leaning blue right now. PA leaning blue right now. I'm trying to figure out where I'm missing something out here. Unless they got something they're fixing to call that I don't know. Oklahoma or Trump. This is 95, 35 for Harris. What am I missing on my map for that? Vermont. Let's sit on here for Harris. Yeah. Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maryland, Vermont. Where am I missing? Connecticut, Massachusetts. That's what I'm missing. Okay, folks. There you have it. Trump 95, Harris 35. Here we go right now with the leaning. New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, and Texas, leaning Democrat. Georgia, leaning Republican, and Florida has been called for Donald Trump. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back with you folks. So the Senate right now, the House is 36 Republicans, 18 Democrats, 218 needed for a majority. GOP has 43 Senate seats. Democrats have 34, 51, or actually 50 needed for a majority, and a 50-50 Senate. The president, the vice president, being the president of the Senate, would be in charge of the Senate. That would give you where we're at right now. So it's really a wait and see right now what's going to happen. I ain't got time. All right. So yeah, it's Texas leaning blue is just surprising to me. Of course, it's 49.6% to 49.1%. 7,000, 8,000 votes between them. So that shows me that Houston or Dallas, San Antonio, one of the bigger cities, El Paso, one of the bigger cities out there have started turning in their votes, and it's mainly a Democratic area. That's why you don't see me calling states. I call when they get called by AP, that's when I call them. I'm not going to sit here and try to make a prediction. I do want to try. I do want to try something. But I just want to see. See, this map is one of the. This is one of the reasons why I don't really like this map, but I'm having to deal with it. And that's because I can't put a leaning to on there. Michigan now leaning towards the Democrats. Good. Michigan leaning Democratic. I am going to take a quick break. I need to take my puppy out to the SC area. But he's biting my fingers right now. Doesn't mean he needs to go outside because he just woke up. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back here on the Outcast Podcast, Twitch, YouTube, 2024 presidential election. We got a long way to go tonight, folks. I'll be right back. Outcast Podcast right here on YouTube, Twitch, coming to you live. Election coverage 2024. Right now, Kansas and Texas are both leaning Republican. Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Virginia, North Carolina, all leaning Democrat. Georgia leaning Republican at the moment. 95-35 on the electoral map. Trump's got about 1,900,000 more votes than Harris nationally right now. But it's early votes. We got a long night ahead of us. I cannot believe they called Florida already. That's really surprising to me that they made that call that quick. I thought for sure that they would have waited a little bit longer to make that call. But they did not do that. They made it very quickly. I'm watching another YouTube channel here that's just showing a map, Victoria map. And they're updating. They're not updating like they should. They're way behind on their updates. Kansas leaning Democrat. They haven't leaned Democrat. They haven't gone Democrat in a long time. This could be a Harris run, folks. We just don't know yet. We just have to wait to see what pans out. And let me say something right now in case somebody watches this replay later. They do not count the votes by party. I've seen several misleading posts on TikTok, X, a couple of places, Facebook. Votes are counted as they come in. Sometimes the Republican areas come in before the Democratic areas because the Republican areas are smaller, and that happens. But there is no way for them to know unless they look at the ballot. And if it's electronic voting, it's in the computer and they just release the results when polls close so that we have some results to go off of. So don't do that kind of misinformation, please. Kansas, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Virginia, North Carolina, all leaning Harris. Georgia, Texas, all leaning towards Trump. Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Oklahoma, all called for Trump. Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maryland, all called for Harris. 95 electoral votes for Trump, 35 electoral votes for Harris as of right now. Our next set of poll closings will be at 8:30. That's one state, Arkansas, with 6 electoral votes and 4 House seats. Let's do a check real quick and let's see where we are with the House and Senate while we're waiting on more states to get called for the presidential election. Right now, it's 43-34 in the Senate. The GOP with 43 seats, they have gained a seat. Democrats have lost a seat and have a 34-50 needed for a majority in the Senate. In the House, 218 are needed. Right now you have 42 GOP, 23 Democrats, right as of now. And governor-wise, 22 for the Republicans, 20 for the Democrats. That's 42, leaving 8 states undecided. I'm probably going to put my money on the GOP running most of the governorships. Ballot measures, there's let's see what California's got on the ballot measures. They have a lot. California Amendment 3 repeals same-sex marriage ban. California Measure 2 authorizes bonds for school facilities. Measure 34 regulates spending by certain healthcare industries. California Proposition 4 authorizes bonds for water, wildfire, and land protection. California Proposition 5 lowers vote needed to approve bonds for housing and infrastructure. California Proposition 6 prohibits slavery. California Proposition 32 raises the minimum wage. California Proposition 33 repeals the ban on local rent controls. Proposition 35 extends the tax on managed health care plans. And California Proposition 36 increases penalties for certain thefts and drug crimes. We will, as the night goes, we'll definitely show more of those. Right now, Missouri has just gone leaning red. Not a surprise there. That's been a Republican stronghold for a while. And I'm missing enough of. Oh boy. But anyway, I'll run him down in a minute. Ain't nothing he can do. He's chasing down the cat. So the blue wall may add some states this time around. The red wall may lose some states this time around. It's really hard to say right now, folks. It really is. Exactly what's going to happen. Hey, Pup. My puppy just wants me. Hey, Pup. I'm going to see if I can find a different electoral map. All right. See if I can find a different electoral map real quick. I need one that I can actually manipulate a little bit better than I'm able to right now. All right. We got that. Put this thing. Leaning blue. Leaning blue. Leaning blue. I'm resetting this map real quick that I just found. I want to do leaning and called on here. And it's going to take me a minute to do it. All right, let's see here. Okay, that's leaning blue a minute ago. New York is going to be a leaning blue. I'm just doing a leaning thing here in Mississippi. I think that's going to go ahead and went red. I can get that map even right. What's the map I'm using? It'd be all right. All right, so looking at what we got here, it's going to be a long night, folks. It really is. Unfortunately, we got a long night ahead of us. Long night ahead of us. Dog, I love my puppy, but he can get on nerves sometimes. Outcast Podcast, live, YouTube, Twitch. Election 2024 coverage, unbiased, 100% unpolitical. No politics here. I just give you the result. That's it. But it's interesting to me to see that it's already been called in Florida. Florida, they usually don't call Florida until they have more of the vote. And right now it's 90% reporting with a 1.3 million vote lead for Donald Trump. I don't see that there can't be enough votes in the Miami-Dade area, down the Democratic Gold Coast of Florida to bring her back. Ohio, she's only leading by 14,000 votes. So Ohio, I predict, is going to go back red. Harris is really killing it right now. Pennsylvania was only 8% reporting. New Jersey only has 18% reporting. You know she'll get that. New York doesn't close till 9. Georgia is at 47%. 10 percentage point lead for Trump there. Kansas, only 7% reporting. Harris has about a 3,000 vote lead there. Missouri, Trump's got about a 6,000 vote lead there. Illinois, we know pretty sure that Harris will get that. She only leads by about 52,000 in Michigan. Wisconsin, we don't have anything out of there yet, vote-wise. So, I'm going to get an 8:30 poll closing. All we have is Arkansas at 9 o'clock. We'll have 163 electoral votes coming up, 11 Senate seats, 2 governor races, and 82 House seats. 9 o'clock closures will be Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Central, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. We are 9 o'clock closures. North Dakota now leaning Trump, only 1% reporting. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. That's usually the solid red wall right there. Kansas could kill the red wall right there, but Trump is catching up there slowly. So Trump could wind up taking Kansas back. Like I said, that's been a red wall for a while. 9 o'clock Louisiana, and 9 o'clock Arkansas, 8:30 Arkansas. They'll probably call Arkansas pretty quick. Virginia has gone back to red. Donald Trump is tied 49.2, 49.2. Less than 1,000 votes separate Trump and Harris right now in North Carolina and Virginia. Pennsylvania, about 200,000 votes separating them, but the Republican strongholds in Pennsylvania have not started turning the votes in yet. So it's just a wait and see situation there. Hey, Pop-Up. Hey, Pop-Up. So it's a wait and see situation for that, and we'll see what happens with that. It strikes me weird to see Kansas as blue, leaning blue. It's not blue yet, but it's leaning blue. And that's hard to say why it's leaning blue right now. Hard to say right now with it leaning that way, but we'll see. But yeah, that's kind of weird to see. I'm 52 years old, and I can't remember an election where I ever seen Kansas even leaning blue. And I've been in electoral college nut my whole life. I follow the electoral college very, very carefully every election, and there's a reason why I do that. DC is expecting results soon. So is Delaware. New Jersey, she's got a 10-point lead. New Hampshire, she has a 10-point lead. Pennsylvania, she's got a 50-point lead. Virginia, Trump's barely hanging on there. He's got about a 2,000-point lead. Let's see here. Kansas, she's got about a 3,000 vote lead over Trump right now. But again, these results are very, very early. It's still really early here. Wait for the election tonight. There's all leaning. Let me see what I have if I do that. No, okay. I just don't like the fact that I cannot do a leaning on this. It doesn't allow me that. All right. I was just looking at something. I was going to switch maps, but oh, Trump 101, Oklahoma, now called. Okay, that's been called. Let me see. Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, West Virginia. I'm trying to figure out why he got the 101. South Carolina's called. Oh, South Carolina's been called. Who is he? West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana. West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, Florida, Arkansas. Arkansas has been called for Trump. Now, and Harris has gotten Vermont, North Carolina, Connecticut, New Jersey. New Jersey, 49. The 49 to 101, so my map matches their map now. We're still got some leaning going on here. Ohio has gone back to Donald Trump. He's ahead by about 20,000 votes. Virginia, he's ahead by about 20,000 votes. North Carolina, Harris is ahead by roughly about 2,000 votes. Donald Trump's ahead by about 3,000 votes, or about 30,000 votes. Well, no, wait a minute. About 200,000 votes in Georgia now. They keep updating. Missouri, Donald Trump's ahead in Missouri. Kansas, Kamala is only less than 2,000 votes ahead. Texas has gone back red. Donald Trump has gone up 2 percentage points. North Dakota, Donald Trump's ahead there. We've kind of figured that, you know, the typical red states are going to stay red. I just don't want to go mark them because I don't know what's going to happen. So all we can do is just sit here and wait. Let me change this music over. My puppy's going to cause me to go crazy tonight. All right. That's my foot you're chewing on. Sorry, y'all. Stop chewing on my foot. Oh, Lord. Anyway, I'm sorry about the dog there, folks. He's normally not in here with me this time of night, but my wife and son had to go to the store. So, all right, so now Virginia and North Carolina. Oh, North Carolina has turned red. Donald Trump has pulled ahead by about 20 votes in North Carolina. Only 20, but he pulled ahead. This is what I kind of predicted earlier before I had anybody on the stream, that we were going to see a lot of states bounce back and forth between red and blue all night. And that's what we're seeing. I'm going to show you this tab real quick. This is the predictions right here. So you can see Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, Texas, Kansas, Illinois, Pennsylvania, North Dakota are states that are leaning right now. The respective colors that I just showed. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states leaning Republican. 1, 2, 3, 4 right now leaning Democrat. 5 leaning Democrat. Delaware has just been called for Harris. So let's go here and find Delaware. Hold on. I don't know why I did it that way. Delaware, yeah, please, Delaware. That's 52 to 101, 52 to 101. Okay, so I'm matching. So Delaware has been called for Harris. 52 electoral votes to 101 electoral votes for Donald Trump. I am not making any predictions on who I think is going to win right now. That will come later tonight. But it is too early to make that prediction. Bringing up another board here that I can look at. Every time I see a new source to get information from, I'm grabbing it so that I can keep you guys up to date and apprised of exactly what's going on. So you know you need 270 to win. So Trump is 169 away from winning. Harris is 218 away from having 270 needed to win the presidency. Kansas has gone red, which is kind of what I thought was going to happen. I didn't see that in staying blue. I don't know what city started turning the election results in first, but that got it to where it's at. So. New Hampshire's still leaning. They haven't called New Hampshire yet. 26% reporting. New Hampshire has gone red in the past. So it's a possibility it could go red tonight. It's been a long time since it has. 2016, we had Michigan and Wisconsin that went red. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin is what put Trump over last time. But sorry folks, my puppy is at it again. I kind of expected Kansas to go back red. Blue was just a little unpredictable for me. I don't know why. The states I'm watching are North Carolina and Ohio. If Trump wins North Carolina and Ohio, that shuts. If he's already got Florida, if he gets Ohio, he's almost guaranteed to win. 90% of the time, whoever gets those two states wins the presidency. And I hate to say that, but that's generally the way it's been. That's generally the way it's been. So we'll just have to see. So bring me your rope now. We'll take the war. Get the rope. And that's generally the way it's been. So let me give him another rawhide. He's got one, but I want to give him another one. My phone's ringing. Ooh, that's my wife. Hold on. Outcast Podcast. How can I help you? Illinois has been called for Harris. No surprise there. 71 for Harris, 101 for Trump. Outcast Podcast bring you unbiased election coverage here on YouTube and Twitch. All right, let me change this music again. I'm just trying to keep something going in the background just to keep us occupied when I have to stop and either look something up. Hold on for a second, folks. Okay, I think I finally got my dog under control. He's in my lap. All right, so it's gonna be a long night with him. He's still a puppy. He's only like 8 weeks old, and Mama and my son ain't here. My wife and my son, they just called me on the phone, and he's not happy. I'm doing this podcast, and he's being neglected. All right, so let me go over the recap here. States called. So states called for Harris, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Illinois. For Trump, we have Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Leaning for Trump, North Dakota, Kansas, Texas, Missouri, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Ohio. Leaning for Harris, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. There is a path of victory for both of them, but if Trump nails down Ohio with Florida, it's possible Trump presidency. Harris would have to take Ohio from Trump, and without Ohio, a Republican has never won the presidency. Without Ohio. Without Ohio and its 17 electoral votes, Trump would have to pick up Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Montana, not Montana, but maybe Arizona, maybe New Mexico, maybe Nevada. Just some off-the-wall major upset would have to happen for Trump to get the presidency without Ohio. With them splitting it, if they split Florida and Ohio, then we got a possible 270 scenario, at which point, I don't know what would happen there. I mean, I know Congress would be the one to decide. Let's do an update real quick on our Senate and House seats and governor seats here. We're still at 43-34 with Senate. The GOP has gained a seat. Democrats have lost a seat. In the House, we're at 60 GOP, 35 Democrats, 218 needed to control that. GOP has 22 governorships. Democrats got 21. There were 11 governorships up for grabs tonight. North Carolina was one of them. Mark Robinson, the Republican, was in the lead in the polls earlier, but Josh Stein right now is leading in that area. We're still at 71-101 on our electoral college count. Hope everybody's having a great night. We're going to be here to the end. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. So at 9 o'clock, we have Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, South Dakota, North Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, all closing the 163 electoral votes with 11 Senate seats, 2 governor seats, and 82 House seats. It is going to be the second biggest block of the night. The first biggest block was the 8 o'clock closings that happened earlier tonight at 8 o'clock when there was 171 electoral votes up for grabs. So there's what we got there. Ooh, a little bit of echo. Well, it's a small amount of echo. I guess it won't hurt. You want to stop whining in my lap? Lay down. So Kansas has gone back blue. It's kind of what I predicted earlier. I kind of told y'all we go red, blue, red, blue, red, blue on some of these states until we get a final call. Let's see. Harris went ahead about 20,000 votes in Kansas. Kansas City, one of the biggest cities out there, is probably turning in some of their results. And that's a big Democratic haven in Kansas. The rural areas tend to be Republican. That's one thing about a lot of these states, folks. Your rural areas tend to be Republican. Your city hubs tend to be Democratic. And the Electoral College protects everybody, gives everybody a chance to pick a president. You know, if you live in a solid red state, it's pretty much going to be Republican because if it's been that way forever. Same thing with the blue wall, pretty much guaranteed Democrat because it's been that way for years. We have 7 or 8 states that decide our election every year, and that's Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. You know, there's states that are Georgia. There are states out there that are purple states, and they're purple for a reason. They're purple because they change every cycle. It could be Republican one cycle, Democrat the next cycle. But your red wall and your blue wall are pretty reliable votes. Like Alaska is pretty much a guaranteed Republican. Hawaii is pretty much a guaranteed Democrat. I could right now on my map, I could go Washington, Oregon, and California, guaranteed Democrat. I could go, well, Maine is showing red for Trump, but that usually happens in one district, and then he'll go back, and he'll probably win that one district that Republicans normally win, and the rest of it will probably go to the Democrats as usual. So we just have to wait and see. So we just have to wait and see what happens. I'm keeping my eyes on all the maps around here so that I can keep up with everything for you guys. As fast as I get it, I am giving it to you. Popular vote, Trump's about 3 million votes ahead, popular vote wise. The governors tonight, there's 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats, 6 uncalled races for governor as of right now. Shut up. Senate, 25 uncalled races, 4 Democrat, 4 Republicans, 1 independent. And then Road to 270, that map is way off. They have not updated that map in a while. So I am going to get rid of that source because, well, that map would be good. Trump has a nationwide, there's a difference of 3.2 million votes. So Trump's ahead 3.2 million in the popular vote right now. All right, folks, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. So, no changes right now. No states been called. No states showing leaning. No added states to the leaning category right this minute. As we see, like I said, Maine is leaning towards Trump, but there's a congressional district. Maine, I think Kansas, and maybe Kansas. There's several states that divide their votes, their electoral votes up by congressional district. And Trump normally gets like one out of Maine and then gets one or something out of Kansas. So I'm going through the different, 22 on the governors. So we're tied with the governors right now. Got 1, 2, 3 uncalled. The rest are either leaning. Well, no. We got some that's not even. No race for governor in Massachusetts. Okay. New Hampshire is leaning Republican. Shut up. Okay. Let's see here. We're still at 71-101. Kansas, Missouri, both leaning blue. VA leaning blue. Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Texas, still leaning red. Long night, folks. And again, I'm going to go back and say what I said earlier. I did not expect Florida to get called as quick as it did. It got called at 8 o'clock. Time was the Central Time Zone. And they're pretty right on that because 93% reporting in Florida, 5.9 million for Donald Trump, 4.5 million for Harris. She couldn't overcome that with 7% left. Anyway, Trump is a 400,000 votes down in PA, but don't count PA out yet. Maine has gone back to Harris by 5 votes. Missouri, Harris by about 16,000 votes. Kansas, 82, 92, 102, about 23,000 votes in Kansas that she is leaning, she's winning by there. I'm waiting on Ohio. Ohio is 45%. All right, give me 1 second, folks. Okay, so like I said earlier, Virginia is my bellwether, and he's only got about a 18,000 vote lead right there right now. The longer it takes him to call that, the more you need to work. Okay, so Maine has gone back red. It was blue, went back red. Uh, Kansas is still kind of baffling me right now. I still understand how that one is going back and forth. Trump has 21,600,000 votes. Harris has 18,211,000. That's the national vote. What's you handing me this for? All right, so talking to the wife and kids, just got back. Still sitting at 101.71 in the electoral college votes right this moment. 9 o'clock poll closings coming up. 163 electoral college votes, 11 Senate seats, 2 governorships, and 82 House seats. With Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming all closing right now. So I'm looking for my map to start lighting up here in just a minute with new states being declared for one or the other candidates. Donald Trump's got about 200,000 vote lead now, 1.8 million to 1.6 million in Georgia with 65% reporting. In North Carolina, 1.1 million for Trump, 1 million for Harris with 36% reporting. Virginia, 1.1 million for Trump, 1 million for Harris, 47% reporting. Pennsylvania, 697,000 votes for Harris, 366,000 for Trump, with 15% reporting. Maine, we are at 1% reporting with Harris with 3,400 and Trump with 3,300. New Hampshire, Harris has 143,000, Trump has 116,000. Pennsylvania, 15% reporting 701,000 for Kamala Harris, 372,000 for Trump. Michigan, 293,000 for Harris, 254,000 for Trump. All right, so we got some calls here. So let's see, we got New York has been called, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska. And what else? Louisiana. And there are your update. 99 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, 120 electoral votes for Trump. Trump is 150 electoral votes away from the Electoral College. 101 would put her at 200, so she's 269, 270. Anyway, Kamala's got a long way to go. My mind ain't working good. I had a stroke not too long ago. Ooh. Did I put Wyoming in the mix? Wyoming just got called for Trump. I put Trump to 123. New Mexico leaning Trump at the moment, only by a vote, a single vote. And Chase Oliver has 655. Right now, no votes in New Mexico for Kamala Harris at this moment. I'm sure that will change momentarily. Again, Ohio is what I'm watching right now. North Carolina more than anything, and Georgia. So Ohio, Virginia, and Georgia is my three that I'm watching hard right now. So those are the main ones I'm watching. Iowa has just come up leaning Republican. 1,300 votes for Trump, 725 for Harris. That was one that was polling within the margin of error earlier today in some polls that I looked at. That Iowa could go blue for the first time in a long time. And Iowa's been a solid red state for quite a while. So if that goes blue, that'll be very surprising to me. Very surprising. But I'm so surprised that Kansas is showing leaning blue. I'll be right back, folks. Let me grab a quick drink and a quick bite to eat. I'll be right back. Outcast Podcast live, YouTube and Twitch with election 2024 coverage. Coverage you can count on, unbiased opinion, unbiased results. Okay, folks, I'm back. I will be eating, so I apologize ahead of time if you hear crunch, 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 because I'm doing rotel dip and chips. Okay, so for the first time I've seen this in my life, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri. Two of those states, solid Republican. Kansas, Missouri for years. Colorado, it's borderline. Sometimes it's Republican, sometimes it's Democrat. Purple state to me. That if those three went to Harris, that would be a break in the red wall that we have not seen in a long time. So we have to watch that close. 137. Let me see what they've called for Trump here. Wait for the map to turn. I'm trying to see what state they have called Minnesota leaning Republican. Just so you know, but Trump went up to 123 to 137. And I don't see. Ohio has been called for Trump. Ohio has been called for Trump. So Trump now has Ohio and, well, I am ahead of them somehow. So how am I ahead of them? 137, 140. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Arkansas, LA, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana. There may be a congressional district here that Trump has won in Kansas, because they do their stuff by congressional districts. So that may be where the difference, because I got a 3-vote difference here. I'm trying to see if Trump hasn't won a congressional district somewhere. Trump does have a 3 million popular vote lead right now. I've got 140 on mine for some reason. I don't know why mine is different than theirs. They've only got 137 on their map. I got 140 on my map, and my map matches their map. And that says a congressional district somewhere I don't know about. I'm trying to figure out how I'm ahead of them by 3 votes. I think I know where it's at. Nebraska is weird with their. No, wait a minute. Do it. I know what I've done. I need to go in and take Nebraska. I'm going to leave it right there for now because I believe it's going to catch up, but I know where I'm at on my map. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa, New Mexico, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Maine all leaning Trump at the moment. Folks, this could be a Trump landslide if things don't start turning around soon for the Democrats. I don't see them pulling this out. I mean, she's going to have to start winning some states here in short order pretty quick. Okay, so New Mexico, 177. Texas has been called for former President Donald Trump. Again, I'm 3 votes ahead on my screen versus theirs. Just congressional districts over here on the side for Nebraska. This one here, here, and here. As it changes, I'll change it. I mean, I could take it to her, but she's sitting where she's at. So I'll just have to wait and see what happens there. I'm only 3 votes ahead, and it's the Nebraska. This one, and this one. They're congressional districts that's got my math off a little bit, but I don't know which way it's going to go. I can change those if I have to. It will come up when it has to. We'll see, Kansas is going back blue. No, Nebraska. She got a congressional district there and there. So we just have to see exactly what happens here. What's confusing me is the fact that these 3 states, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado, are showing leaning blue. And then these 3 here are leaning red. I don't know how this thing's going to go, folks. This thing could be called before the end of the night. And this thing could be called before midnight if it keeps going like this. We might not even have to wait. It may be 100% done by midnight. I mean, they keep calling states where they're calling them. I know Virginia's going to change back Democrat. It always does late in the game. But the longer it takes, Iowa has turned blue. That has not happened in a long time. Harris ahead by about 20-something thousand votes. But if Trump loses Iowa, and it's 6 electoral votes, and he picks up Minnesota and gets 10, and picks up Wisconsin and gets 10, he's still in good shape. If he picks up New Mexico, he gets the 5 out there. If he picks up Arizona, and you get that. So I'm just waiting to see what Nebraska's congressional district's going to do, so I know how to assign that. I'm temporarily going to assign like that, just so my math matches. Until they get their math to match my math, that's what we're doing right there. 177, 102. And that's not accurate, so let me go back this way with it. So until I see exactly what they're going to do with this with Nebraska. States that have that by congressional district really make it hard to predict a winner of a state, project a winner of a state when you've got that kind of stuff in front of you. All right, 9:30 closings. $9:30 closings. There are no 9:30 closings. We have 10 o'clock closings. Idaho, Montana, Nevada, Oregon, and Utah. 11 o'clock Eastern Time closings of California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. And then 12 a.m. Alaska and Hawaii, and then 1 a.m. the other part of Alaska. So states that have multiple parts and different time zones, that happens. Okay. So we had to change again. Colorado, New Mexico, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, leaning Democrat. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, leaning Republican. 177 electoral votes for Trump, 99 electoral votes for Harris. And until I know what's going on with those congressional districts in Nebraska, mine's going to be 3 votes ahead of everybody else because I did not do that correctly, and I'm not going to go back and redo all these states. I've already set the map. I got to go back and redo everything. I mean, there's just no way to do it without, because it won't let me click off of it. So it's going to be that way until we see what they do with Nebraska. All right. All we can do is keep waiting and see what happens. Eventually, we'll get results to start pouring in pretty hard here in a little bit. Now, most of your major networks, and this is where I disagree with major networks in politics, if they're a mainstream media, I guess is the word they're using now, they will 100% hold off on Outcast Podcast here on YouTube, Twitch, 2024 Electro Cup. All right, Outcast Podcast here on YouTube and Twitch. My wife is talking to me again. I apologize for that. We still have some leaning. One second, everybody. Give me 1 second. All right, so New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and New Hampshire all leaning Harris right now. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and Maine all leaning for Trump right at this moment. And you do have some people taking votes for people. You've got 98,000 votes going to other candidates. You got 156,000 for Robert Kennedy. 205,000 went to Chase Oliver. 215,000 went to Jill Stein. A couple 100,000 votes that took away from the two main people. Looks like another state's been called for Trump. We're up to 178. Or either that or a congressional district one. So let's see what's going on here. A congressional district got called somewhere because that's a 1 point bump. So either a congressional district in Maine got called for Trump, or a congressional district in Nebraska got called for Trump. Have to wait and see. It's a nail biter, folks. All we can do is sit here and wait and see what happens. All right, everybody. Let's see here. We're still waiting to see what's going on. Let's check out Iowa. Iowa is about 29,000 votes. Kamala Harris is up over Donald Trump. Missouri, she's up 332 to 278. Kansas, she's at 295. He's at 276. Colorado, she's at 490. He's at 371. And Nebraska, she's at 52 and he's at 48. All that was about 1,000 there. Let's see what Maine's looking like. 600 and some change votes separate them. And I don't know where Trump got that congressional district from. I don't know if it was a Maine congressional district or Nebraska congressional district. I wish our numbers matched, but I can't. These three congressional districts right here is what's got me thrown off. So we just have to wait and see. Just have to wait and see. I'm so surprised that Minnesota and Wisconsin are still showing leaning Trump, especially Minnesota. Wisconsin really doesn't surprise me that much. Minnesota does. Pennsylvania, let's see how far behind Trump is. Trump may not get Pennsylvania this time. It may go to Harris, but it depends on when the rural areas of Pennsylvania start turning their votes in. That's when you're going to see the uptick for Trump, if there's going to be any. Florida's, he's 6 million to her 4.5 million, so he's got Florida tied down. Ohio 1.9 million to 1.5 million. He's got Ohio tied down. Michigan, he can catch up. Wisconsin, he's got about a 32,000 lead. Minnesota, he's got about 1,300 vote lead. He's catching up in Kansas. He's only about 11,000 votes down now. So it's just wait and see here. Pull that banner down. Everybody a chance to see what's going on here. If I was to go with what they had up right now, leaning towards, Harris would go way up if I just did the leaning and gave it to her. Georgia's probably going to get called soon. Georgia's at 75%, and it's about a 200,000 vote lead for Trump. 2.1 million for Trump, 1.9 million for Harris. I expect that to be called for Trump soon. North Carolina's 1.6 for Donald Trump, 1.5 for Kamala Harris, but 56% reporting. Virginia, and don't even worry about Virginia because Fairfax, right south of DC, they don't even start counting their votes until late in the day. So it'd be midnight or so before we know anything about Virginia. Historically, that's the way it's been. All right, folks, I'll be right back here on the Outcast Podcast, YouTube, Twitch, Live 2024 presidential election results as we get them. Leaning right now. New Mexico, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Maine, and Minnesota all leaning Trump. Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA, and New Hampshire all leaning Harris. 170 electoral votes for Trump, 99 for Harris as of right now. Excuse the hiccups. I have 180, and I seen a moment ago that Nebraska has, it's got some of its congressional districts, and I'm not sure exactly who. Kansas has gone back to red. Told you a minute ago, I'm pretty sure it's getting ready to flip back. I'm pretty sure Missouri will flip back here in a minute too. I predict that they'll be calling North Carolina soon, and I'm going to predict they'll be calling Georgia soon. I think she's too far behind to get caught up in both of those states. Okay, so I'm in the wait and see mode right now. You got some networks out there that have called a lot of states already that the AP has not called. And I'm not going to follow their lead because I don't trust their lead. Because I think there may be some of the states that this one network is called as pretty much. Let me share it. This is what one of the networks has put up. The states that they've called. It's 117 and 195. Then you go into here. It's 99 to 178. And I got 99 to 180. And the only reason I got 180 is because there's two congressional districts I can't see on these maps to tell me exactly how they split the congressional districts up. So until I know how those congressional districts have been split up, it's just hard for me to go in there and do anything else. %77% reporting in Georgia, 61% reporting in North Carolina. Some more states called here soon as we get closer and closer to total vote count. As soon as the people get where they pretty confident in their analysis, they'll start calling us more states. When I was growing up, before Bush Gore happened, By 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, we knew who the next president was going to be. It was over that fast. Bush, Gore, in the Florida episode, slowed that way down, and we don't get those results as quickly anymore. We get them pretty quick from states, but we don't get the calls we used to get because of the mess up they had with that years ago. Folks, Trump is catching up in Pennsylvania. He's not too far behind right now. She's at 1,170, 1,170,000. He's at 1,069,000. So he's 101,000 behind in Pennsylvania. He's about 20,000 votes behind in Wisconsin. He's ahead by about 3,000 votes in Minnesota. Minnesota's only got 1% reporting. Iowa with 17% reporting. She's running about a 30,000 point lead. Kansas 45% reporting. He's at Trump's 10,000 point lead. 10,000 vote lead for Trump on the Kansas. It's just part of the red wall. So is Iowa and Missouri are both part of the red wall too. So it's surprising to see those leaning blue right now. You're getting ready to call in Georgia later and later every year in hopes that that will turn solid blue. It's too far in the south to turn solid blue. But it's a purple state, I'll give you that. But I'm not going to sit there and tell you that it won't be blue tonight, but I'm just looking over now. That's one story I'm interested in seeing, and that's Fulton County, Georgia DA, and Fani Willis, if she gets reelected or not. If she loses tonight, and the other young lady wins, I think you'll see an end to the Young Thug trial, and you're going to see a lot of people come out and take their plea deals away, and you'll probably see the new DA going in and saying, "Hey, I want these charges dropped against this person because Fani Willis should not have brought these charges." Don't be surprised if you don't see that. Missouri has gone back red. Drop a line in chat. Let me know you're here if you don't mind. Yeah, so Kansas and Missouri have both gone back to leaning red, which is kind of what I suspected. I'm looking at the Fulton County, Georgia election results. I'm trying to see where Fani Willis stood, but right now they're running everything in the freaking state. Huh. All right, here we go. Fani Willis currently leads Courtney Kramer. I cannot believe people of Fulton County is putting her back in. I never would have thought she'd win re-election with the Young Thug trial. Of course, it's still early. She could still lose, but if she loses the election, the Young Thug trial is over because she's already said she's going to end it. And if it should end before them, when she goes in office, she's going to probably go in and try to get everybody's crap dropped. All right, so Trump just went to 188. Let me see what he won here. Missouri has gone to Donald Trump. And I told y'all that was going to happen. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to take the pup outside. Be right back on the Outcast Podcast. Don't go away. Outcast Podcast coming to you live with 2024 election results here on YouTube and Twitch. 188.99 electoral count right now. Trump 188, Kamala Harris 99. No more states have been called as of yet. Leaning red, leaning Trump. New Mexico, Kansas, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Wisconsin switched back red. I told y'all that was coming. Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and Maine, all leaning Trump. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, all leaning for Harris. Virginia, I told y'all earlier, Virginia, if it was called before midnight, Harris was going to have a good night. If it wasn't called before midnight, Harris was going to have a bad night. They haven't called it yet. Harris can still pull this out, but it's going to be hard. She's going to have to win Pennsylvania. She's going to have to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Colorado, California. Oregon, she's in trouble in Oregon from what I'm being told. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I was being told. Let me redo the Fani Willis Kramer deal here. 21 minutes ago. All right, 0 of 466 precincts are reporting in the Fulton County DA. So that's early votes. So advanced voting, Kramer, the Republican for the district attorney for Fulton County, Georgia. Kramer's 124,000 and Fani Willis is 268. Today's vote for Kramer was 9,600, 17,000 for Fani Willis. Absentee, 5,000 for Kramer, 18,000 for Fani. So that's where we're at right now. So wait and see deal here. I really don't know why Iowa is still showing a little bit to the Democrats. I mean, I knew Iowa was up in the air, but she's only got like a 17,000 vote lead. So I'm looking for that to go back red here momentarily. I really am. So Utah, Montana, and Utah have now been called for Trump. Montana and Utah, 200 electoral votes that I have versus 99. So Trump is 70 votes away from the presidency. If he wins Georgia, that's 16. If he wins North Carolina, that's 32. 42 if he wins Minnesota. 52 if he wins Wisconsin. 37 if he wins New Mexico. So let's figure out. Let me grab where's my phone? I need my calculator here. Let's see. Y'all are hearing my dog again in the background. Let's see. And now y'all hearing the squeaky toy in the background. So let's see here. Arizona is now leaning Trump. So Trump's at 200. So in order for Harris to win, Oregon just came up Trump, leaning Trump. I told y'all earlier that was a possibility. Harris may not win this. This may be undoable for Harris. PA. I told y'all PA was going to print your back red. It did. So, folks, this could be a blowout for Trump. Harris was the wrong choice for the Democratic Party. They should have put it Pete Buttigieg or something. DC is now, and we knew DC was going to lean Harris. DC leaning Harris, but they don't have any electoral votes. DC needs statehood. I'm sorry, they got 3 electoral votes in DC. I forgot about that. DC needs statehood. If Trump wins every state that is marked for him right now, it's a landslide. Let me do this. I'm going to bring up another map here. And I want to I just want to bring one up. And I want to just give Trump. All right, so right now we know he's got this one, and he's got that one. I'm just going to go in and give him what I know he has. Give me 1 second here. Bring this all the way down here. Utah has been called for Trump. We got that there. 201.98. Okay, so that's right. All right, so back to the other map I was doing here. And all right, so that's that. All right, so that matches that. And then I got to get Harris matching what she had. Okay, now what I'm going to do with this map, this is just a prediction map. What would happen if what they are predicting leaning right now Yep. So I'll Minnesota's leaning blue. Is it Michigan leaning blue? Michigan's leaning blue. That's leaning red. Pennsylvania right now is leaning red. Virginia's leaning red. North Carolina's leaning red. Georgia's leaning red. Wisconsin and Minnesota are leaning red. Iowa is now leaning red. Oregon is leaning red. So right now, with what's leaning red and what Kamala Harris has won, and what I predict she's going to win, because I went ahead and gave her what was leaning to her. I gave Trump to him what was leaning to him. 250, to 81 right now. Well, wait a minute. Pennsylvania leaning. No, Pennsylvania's leaning right up red. Maine's leaning red. Michigan leaning red. 324 to 128. Now, traditionally, that is blue. Traditionally, that's blue. Traditionally, that is blue. Traditionally, that is red. My final results. It's three. Well, this is normally red. This is normally blue. My final prediction right now is 204 Harris, 331 Trump, if what's going on right now holds. I doubt it does, but that's just based on right now, my prediction. And that's just based on what's going on leaning wise. And I just messed up. So I did the wrong math. So I have got to reset a map here and start over because I just messed up. So red, blue, 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 red, 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 blue, red, 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 red. Colorado is on blue. And then, ooh, what got called for Harris? Oh, it must have been Colorado. I'm at 110. Okay, and then 210 for Trump. So I got something marked for Trump that shouldn't be marked for Trump. What did I mark for Trump? Was it Maine? Yeah, Maine should not be marked for Trump. I'm going to leave it for him right this minute. It's probably going to go to her. I'm going to leave it marked for him right this minute. This is the map I'm working on right now. Harris, I got Harris up by 1, and I got Trump up by a couple, but this is just based on what I'm seeing at the moment. But Oregon leaning red this early. Not a good sign. Arizona leaning red, New Mexico leaning red, Kansas leaning red, Georgia leaning red, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota. There's a lot of red leaning out there. This could be a runaway for Donald Trump tonight, folks. I was telling my wife earlier, if y'all want a female president, truly want a female president, you need to have a female Republican nominee, a female Democrat nominee. You're guaranteed to get your first female president. You're running a female against the male in our society right now. She's not going to be elected unless she's real good. And if tonight doesn't show that, I don't know what will. You got 210, Trump, 110 for Harris, but I can change things around if I need to. I just clicked some things I shouldn't have clicked as quickly. And that's because right now Trump is leaning. If I went with what Trump's leaning with, and I can do that real quick, I'll just put where Trump's leaning, where she's leaning. All right, so this is where the leaning is. So leaning wise right now, If all the states that are leaning towards Trump go to Trump, he's way over. He's way over. I'll change what I need to change. If I need to change it, I'm just putting my map as to, and let me put that right now. Let me do another banner here. So the map shows called and leaning states. And I'm going to pull this down and I'm going to put there's the current electoral map is right there. And then I'll move that over there so everybody can see that. So the map shows your leaning states and your called states that I have up right now. As states change, if they change, I will change them on my map. Arizona has turned blue temporarily here, but has not been called. Virginia is being Virginia right now. So don't fret over Virginia yet, because Virginia's like last minute with everything. All right, so he's in the Fani Willis, Fulton County. No precincts are reporting as of yet. Everything there is early vote. So we don't know exactly where we sit. If Fani Willis loses tonight her reelection, Courtney Kramer has said she'll end YSL. So what you'll see is you will see a quick ending of the state's case, so the defense can get up there, so the defense can get done, so they can do a quick rebuttal case and give it to the jury before Courtney Kramer can take over, because Courtney's already said she would end the hearing. But Courtney can always go in front of the court and say, hey, these should not have been prosecuted. I want to blah, blah, blah. Okay, Oregon has been taken off of the leaning to Donald Trump right now. It's still on my map because I cannot pull it off. And I don't know why. I wish I could. I don't know why it won't let me. All right, folks, sorry about that. I had to go, and the wife called me in there real quick. I can't. I don't understand why you can't, you can't change or take something off once you put it on this map. It just makes no sense to me. But it is what it is. But yeah, they have taken Harris They took Oregon out of hers. Arizona has gone back blue. Got that. And New Mexico has gone back blue, so we change that over. I'm going to put Oregon blue again, just to, that's normally a blue state. I'm going to give it a Harris for right now. We'll see what happens. Remember, my map shows called and leaning states. A few moments ago, Oregon was leaning Trump. I turned it back blue for Harris. We'll see what happens. Go back into Fulton County here. I'm watching this Bonnie Willis really closely because that's a highly contested. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So right now, leaning Democrat is Arizona, New Mexico, Minnesota, New Hampshire, District of Columbia. Leaning Republican, Kansas, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. Let's go state by state. Georgia, 82% reporting. Trump has a 200,000 vote lead. North Carolina with 72% reporting. Trump has about a 200,000 vote lead. Virginia, he has 20,000 votes. That we all knew that was going to change. Pennsylvania, he's at 100-something thousand votes with 52%. Maine, he's at 4,000 with 8% reporting. Michigan, 583,000 to 561,000 for Donald Trump. Wisconsin, Donald Trump 771, Harris 765. Minnesota, Trump 46,000, 37,000 for Harris with 3% reporting. Iowa, 359,000, 327,000 for Harris with 38% reporting. Kansas, 434,000 to Harris at 376,000, 59% reporting. New Mexico, Harris 142, Trump 127,000, 29% reporting. Arizona, Harris 876,000, Trump 860,000 with 48% of the precincts reporting at this time. Okay, so they just called another state, something for Harris here. DC has been called for Harris. DC has been called for Harris. It's probably going to be here. District of Columbia for Harris. Now, Nebraska or Maine, 198. I'm going to take one of those away. Take two of those away because I was two off with the Nebraska, with something. I think it was Nebraska because I was 2 off from them. Virginia has gone back to blue. So I'm going to change it on my map to match. Still has Trump at 285 right now. If what's happened now stays to fruition. Set them down. I can't hold them. I'm busy. Set them. All right. So sorry y'all heard that. All right. All right. So need to change. No, I don't. Well, yeah, I do. To change this to 112. There's your current count as of right now. And if you're watching this tomorrow after the election, just, Bonnie Willis, and then we still don't have any words on them. So just have to see what happens here. New Hampshire is the only state up north right now that has not been called for Harris, and I don't understand it. So, because that's pretty much going to go to her. And we're in limbo here as we wait for more election results. It's 10:25. So our next set is California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington at 11 o'clock. So we're 35 minutes away with 78 electoral votes, 2 Senate, 1 governor, and 69 House seats. Real quick, let's go check in on the Senate. 47-36. Republicans have 47 seats. They gained 1. Democrats have 36 seats. They lost 1. In the House, you need 218 for a majority. Right now, the Republicans are sitting at 131. They gained 3 seats. The Democrats lost 3 seats. They're at 89. Need 218 for a majority. In the governors, GOP has 25. The Democrats have 22. That's 47. 3 governor races undecided at this point. That would be Utah, Washington. New Hampshire has not been called yet, but it's leaning to the Republicans. So there you go. All we can do is just sit and wait. I still can't believe they called, Florida that quick, that early. Pennsylvania has gone red again. It was blue, it's gone back red. Donald Trump with about a about a 60,000 vote lead right now in Pennsylvania. He's within less than 10,000 votes in Michigan separate them. 810,000 votes to 798,000 votes. Donald Trump leads. Whoop, he just changed. 813,000 to 801,000 in Wisconsin. So Trump leads by 12,000 votes. Minnesota, Donald Trump 60,000. Count Kamala Harris 39,000. So he leads by He leads by 30,000 votes. Iowa, 405,000. Donald Trump, 346,000 for Kamala. They can call that one shortly. Kansas, 443,000 for Donald Trump, 379,000 for Kamala Harris. 60% reporting. They'll call that soon, probably. 30% reporting in New Mexico. 144,000 Harris, 130,000 for Trump. I'll be right back, folks. Now we got one moment, folks. Let's see if I can get my dog in order here. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. My dog is driving me crazy tonight. He normally is not this bad. I don't know what's up with him tonight. He's really off the chain. Get down, lay down. He's off the chain tonight, folks. I don't know what's up with him. He normally doesn't do this. All right. Jim Justice wins election in West Virginia, giving Republicans a Senate edge. I don't know about that. Josh Stein defeats Mark Robinson, North Carolina governor's race. So Republican is out for the governor of North Carolina. We're still sitting at 198 to 112 with our current electoral college count. Virginia has, again, like I said, shifted blue. As we sit and wait for more results come in. All right, I'm looking over the map here, see if there's been any. Arizona has gone back red. I got Virginia blue. Pennsylvania is still set to red right now. I'm going to go ahead on my map and fill in what normally would be blue. And even if and we know that's probably going to be red. Right now it's 300, 231. If it goes down the way I've got this map, Trump will have 300 plus. But again, until we get more calls, it's just hard to say. Maine has now gone blue. And I know there's probably one congressional district in Maine that normally goes red. So I'm going to give that one district to Trump. $298,233 is what I'm coming up with right now. That could change. And then I haven't put in Alaska, which is normally Republican, and Hawaii, which is normally Democrat. That puts Trump over 300 at this point. So all we can do is just sit and wait. All right, here's the current national vote. Harris, 40,470,000, 46.2% of the popular vote. Trump, 45,970,000, 52.5% of the popular vote right now. I'm not sure why they haven't called New Hampshire yet. I really am not sure about that. Because you've got 57% reporting, and Harris has got a 30,000 vote lead. So Virginia turned blue quicker tonight than I had anticipated. Fairfax must be coming in a little bit quicker than it normally does, because normally we don't get Fairfax till midnight. But I guess they wanted to get it in as quick as possible this time. Again, my map you see on the screen shows called and leaning states. As they change the lane, I change the color. So right now, whoa, it's hotter than I thought it was going to be. Sorry about that. So right now, I'm predicting 300 plus electoral votes right now for Trump, given the map. Map can change. As the map changes, I will change. Oh, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the Rust Belt. That would put Trump at 316 if he won all those. This is going to be interesting, folks. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting here. See how this goes. Especially as we're waiting for more states to turn their votes in. Let's go back over to Senate real quick here. 48 to 37 in the U.S. Senate. 50 is needed for the majority, and the Republicans are 2 away from taking the Senate. The House, you need 218 for the majority. The Republicans are at 137, Democrats are at 91. A net gain of 2 for the Republicans and a net loss of 3 for the Democrats. Governor's races, North Carolina has gone to the Democrat. Vermont, New Hampshire, West Virginia, Indiana, Missouri, North Dakota, and Montana have all gone Republican with their governors, and Utah and Washington have not voted, turned their votes in yet. 1 second, folks. Sorry about that, y'all. I keep hearing my little puppy there. We're usually in bed by now, and he's ready to go to bed, and I'm doing this podcast, so he's just going to deal with it. But folks, the pure fact that some of these states are red, that are normally blue, shows me the blue wall is falling apart. This could be a really bad night for the Democrats. We're sitting here at 10:39. We've got the next round of closures at 11 o'clock is California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And we pretty much know that 3 of those 4 states are going to go Democrat, and that's Washington, Oregon, and California. But Oregon was leaning red a little while ago. I don't know. I do not know. Joe Biden was the 46th president of the United States. He would technically, if he won tonight, he would be. Ooh, we had another call here. Let me see what they called. We just went up to 204. So I'm trying to see what they called. It hasn't lit up on my map yet. They've called something. Up to 10. So I'm thinking that some of these, smaller congressional districts are now being called for Trump. I think the smaller congressional districts are being called for Trump now. is what's going on. So Trump 210, Harris 112, and I'm predicting that these districts may have went to Trump instead of Harris. I keep trying to check my map to their map just so I can keep up with that. All right, folks. So anyhow, 210, 112, Trump over Harris. The map that you see appear right now, this map is leaning. This map is leaning Republican or leaning Democrat. The Trump 210, Harris 112 is the actual count right now. What you see on the map behind that is my predictions based on, well, it's not my predictions, it's the leaning to. If they show it leaning Republican or leaning Democrat, I have it that way. Actual called states. Let's go through the actual called states. For Trump, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia. Called for Harris. Colorado, Illinois, Vermont, Maine, not Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. That is what's been called pending or leaning Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia for Trump, Virginia and Maine, New Hampshire, and New Mexico for Harris. If she won everything that is predicted for her right now and what I have given her on my map, she's still short. And Trump's over 300. About what he did with Biden. Which puts me back to, if you want a female president, you have a female Republican and a female Democrat candidate. Because that's the only way it's going to happen. It won't happen any other way. 113. So there's a congressional district somewhere that Harris got. And I'm probably thinking it's going to be one of the main. Well, it may be one of the Nebraska too. I'll give her one of each. So Harris goes to $13. So it's 210, 113 right now. Outcast Podcast coming to you live, Twitch, YouTube, 2024 election coverage. Unbiased, non-political. Just giving you the facts. That's all I do here on the Outcast Podcast, ever. I'm watching court case. We're doing election, and we're doing storm coverage for hurricane, whatever it is. It's unbiased, non-political facts that you need and not the hype. I'm not out for clickbait and all that. I'm out to give you accurate information that you need. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back on the Outcast Podcast, coming to you live, YouTube and Twitch. Election 2024. How did you vote? Continuing live coverage of the 2024 election here on the Outcast Podcast, YouTube, and Twitch. No changes right now. Everything seems to be about the same. Let's see where we're at vote-wise. Over out in Arizona, 50% reporting. Trump's got about a 3,000-point lead there over Harris. That could go blue. In New Mexico, it's 320,000 to 276,000. Kamala Harris leads. Minnesota, 108,000 for Donald Trump, 65,000 for Harris, 5% reporting. Wisconsin, 56% reporting. Trump, 949,000. Kamala Harris, 922,000. We're getting close to the end of the votes there. Michigan, 26% reporting, 764,000. Trump, 724,000. For Harris, 40,000, separating them there. Pennsylvania, 63% reporting, 2,244,000. Donald Trump, 2,117,000 for Kamala Harris. In Virginia, Kamala Harris, 1.7 million to Donald Trump's 1.6 million. North Carolina, Donald Trump, 2.4 million. Kamala Harris, 2.3 million. As about 130,000 votes separating them right there. Georgia, 2.4 million for Trump, 2.3 million. About 140,000 votes separating them there. So it's wait and see right now. You're gonna, as soon as the West Coast drops, you'll see a mass flurry of calls. You're going to start seeing a mass flurry of calls here in a little while anyway. They're not going to want to drag this out too long. I don't think the network's going to want that to happen. Now, there's a couple of states that were saying that it could literally be days before we have results. That's not going to fly with this election. As soon as you've got numbers that are confident or it's been a classic blue state, or it's been a classic red state, and the votes are leaning that way, they're going to call it. They're not going to go 24 to 48 hours leaving this country on check, waiting for one state to count its votes. They're just not going to do that. So we'll have to see what happens. But 210 to 113, right now is your electoral college vote. What's behind you in the map that I have up there right now is what's been called and what is leaning. What's been called and what is leaning is what you see me up with you up there right now. My prediction, I'm not predicting anything. The map that is up on your screen right now, all I've done is take what is leaning red, made it red. What is leaning blue, made it blue. What has been called blue, made it blue. What's been called red, made it red. And then added Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, and Idaho, which are normally traditionally blue or red, depending on which state it is. I just went ahead and filled those in. I know I said I wouldn't, but I wanted to see with the current trend what would happen if it went down just like it's going the way it looks right now. And it's not good for Harris. Now, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, those 4 states killed us last time in 2016 because when they called Pennsylvania, that put Trump over. Then they they went ahead and did Wisconsin and all that. But a lot of your mainstream liberal networks, and there's no way to put it, they're going to hold off calling it for Trump as long as possible. Your Republican, staunch Republican networks like Fox, they're going to call it for Trump as quickly as possible. And that's going to cause a lot of confusion if they have to change something over after they've called it. Then it's 2020 all over again. Let me update the Fulton County, Georgia. We still don't have any precincts reporting. In Fulton County, Georgia. Still just the early vote. There's 466 precincts and 0 are reporting. That's ridiculous. %90 vote in Georgia right now. And there's about 150,000 votes separating Trump and Harris, Trump and lead. 86% in North Carolina reporting Trump with over 100,000 vote lead. 66% in Pennsylvania, Trump with 120,000 vote lead. Minnesota, Trump is leading by about 75,000 votes with 9% reporting. Wisconsin, 59% reporting Trump's got about a 30,000 vote lead. Michigan with 26% reporting Trump's got about a 50,000 vote lead. Arizona, 3,000 vote. New Mexico, Harris is above Trump by good 45 to 50,000 votes. New Hampshire, Harris is above Trump by about 36,000 votes, or roughly in that area. Now I'm gonna make this map match the other map. Let's see here. Arizona leaning. I'm pick Arizona out. Taking Mexico out. Georgia out. North Carolina out. Virginia out. Yeah. Wisconsin out. Out. All right, then I need to add in for Trump. Oh. Democrats. I'm trying to. All right, I'm going to share this map real quick here. This map is current right now, all but Maine. I can't get what I need. So I made Maine blue. I red just for now, so I can see exactly what's going on. I took DC from Harris just for now. I'll make my electoral map match theirs. I don't have the ability to go leaning with this. If I did, I would. So now I can reset this map and start over, but I just did that. It's these districts right here that I'm not sure about. 210 to 113, 210 to 113. The 210 to 113 I have matches here, all but Maine. And it's these congressional districts in Maine and Nebraska that's got things messed up right now because they do it by vote there. See right here, the state, and then you got congressional districts where you can win additional things. But the 210 to 113 on my map matches 210 to 113 on the big map. So there you go. California and Washington have now been called for Harris, which will now put Harris up to 179. Trump just jumped to 214. Let's see what he picked up. He picked up Idaho. Idaho going to Trump. So it's 214, 179. So let me go in here and adjust this. Sorry about the ad, folks. Nothing I can do about that. I'm using what I got. So 214 to 179. So that leaves Oregon, Nevada, that has not even been designated leaning or anything like that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states leaning Republican. We have 2 states leaning Democrat, 2 states that have not been called or leaning either way. And that's going to be Oregon and Nevada. Arizona is leaning Republican. New Mexico is leaning Democrat. But I'm not going to do anything on my screen with that. On this map, I'm just going to leave it alone. All right, it's getting closer to where we need it. All right, let's check the Senate out. Senate, 48 Republicans, 39 Democrats. The Republicans only need 2 seats to take control of the Senate. In the House, it's 156 Republicans, 105 Democrats. Republicans want to keep the House, they need 218. Democrats want to take the House, they need 218. I do not see them getting the House back. Governorships, Washington, Utah have not been called. All the other states have been called. It's 26 Republicans to 22 Democrats. That's 48 with 2 states remaining. Montana, North Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, New Hampshire, and Vermont all voted in Republican governors. North Carolina voted in a Democrat, and so did Delaware. Delaware voted in a Democrat as well for governor. 179, 214 is where we're at right now. Oregon is now leaning blue. It was leaning red a little while ago. Harris has got about a 220,000 vote lead roughly right now. It's going down to what it was in 2016. We're going to be waiting for the network executives to make up their mind who they want the president to be. Because your Democrat networks are holding off to call anything for Trump. Republican networks are holding to call anything for Harris. And this is where we're at. Instead of just being honest and doing it and not worrying about anything else. Fox News has got 216, 193 is what they got right now. They've called Oregon for Harris, which is something that AP has not done yet. Pull this down to here. Okay, so Fox has called Nebraska they got Nebraska divided up, they got Maine divided up, which is what I had. But they got 216 to 193. So they're calling states or putting in districts that the AP has not put in. So I don't see, they can't go much longer. They're going to have to start calling states because the American people are not going to put up with 2020 or 2016 this time. If a Democrat was winning right now, if Kamala Harris was winning like Trump, this thing would have been called already. They're going to hold off on calling it as long as they can. That makes a difference. we're just sitting here waiting. We're just sitting here waiting to see what's going to happen tonight. As we wait to see what state gets called next out of this madness that's going on right now. And so we sit and wait. Trump is actually only 60,000 votes down. Less than 60,000 votes down in Virginia right now. That's close. It is real close. Let's go back in here again and check to see if we got anything from Fulton County yet. Georgia, I'm looking at the Connie Willis Courtney Kramer election here. Still no precincts reporting. $179 Harris, 214 Trump. Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, leaning to Trump. Oregon, New Mexico, Virginia, Maine, and New Hampshire leaning to the Democrats. I'm going to go ahead and give Oregon to Harris right this minute on my map, just because it's almost guaranteed that's the way it's going to go. Outcast Podcast coming to you live YouTube, Twitch. As we continue to wait for the AP to call more states for 179 Harris, 214 Trump. We're waiting on Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia to be called. Nevada's polls are not closed yet. They wasn't. Let's go ahead and check now. Let's see. They're closed, or they just don't have any results posted yet. So it's a wait and see deal here. Let's go look at Senate again. 48-39. Now, the Republicans could take, if they won 60 seats in the Senate and they win the majority in the House and they get a Trump in office, there's no stopping them. They pretty much do what they want to do if they got 60 in the Senate. They have to get 60 in the Senate. All right, 26 GOP governors, 22 Democratic governors. Governor-wise, Republicans now control the state. Washington is leaning Republican with their governor, but that's a lean. Utah, no results in yet on their governor race. 179-214 is where we're sitting. Have to wait for more results to come in. Fox is showing 193-216. I don't know where they're coming up with that from, but okay. We can look for them to start calling some states here in a little bit. Probably for them to call. They're not going to call Virginia. 76% reporting, and there's only a 60,000 vote difference between Trump and Harris. Pennsylvania, almost 200,000 to Trump. Minnesota, almost 100,000 to Trump. Wisconsin, 1,095,000 Trump, 1,027,000 Harris. Minnesota, I did Michigan a minute ago, now Minnesota. I keep getting two mixed up. 272,000 for Trump, 168,000 for Kamala Harris with 14% reporting. Arizona, we ain't got, it's 50% in, we ain't got anything out of Arizona in a minute. You got 51% reporting out of Oregon. Yeah, that's why I went ahead and just gave that to Kamala Harris, because I was pretty sure she was going to get that. I didn't see, there was rumors that the state was going to turn, but it did not. All right, I'm 6 off somewhere. Let me take a 6. I'm just going to take a 6 away from. I gotta get 6 away from Trump something like that. So North Carolina goes to Donald Trump, putting him 230, Harris 179. Change my banner here real quick. Still outstanding is Oregon, New Mexico, Virginia, New Hampshire, and Maine. Still yet to be called, along with Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Georgia. Trump is 40 votes. If he gets Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, it's over. I don't see how they haven't called Oregon for Trump for Harris yet. Unless there's some real concerns out there about her not having the votes. And if Trump wins Oregon, I'm seriously wrong. My map shows 236, and that's because I got until these congressional districts pan out, and I know exactly. All right, 187. Something just got called for Harris. Let's see what got called for Harris. Wait for the map to update here. See what we just want for Harris. Haven't seen anything change on the map, so I'm waiting to see. It takes a second for the map to catch up. So as soon as the map catches up, we'll know exactly what state to award to Harris. And I haven't seen anything change yet. But something changed to get her where she's at. Oregon. So they awarded Oregon to Harris, which is what I thought was going to happen. Nevada, we still don't have any results in. Arizona hasn't moved in a while. Arizona said it could be 13 days before we know the winner out there. We'll know the results of the election before then, because we're only 40 away for Trump. And when Trump hits 270, that's it. If it goes over 270 by a substantial amount, it won't make a difference anyway. If he goes 271 or higher, 270 can be a tie. They can tie at 270. He gets 271, it's over. She couldn't tie, she couldn't catch up. All right, let's jump in here and look at the Senate. Senate's still sitting at 48-40. Democrats 40, GOP 48. Republicans gained a seat, Democrats lost a seat. And then the House, 166, 113. 218 needed to get the majority. Republicans are well on their way right now. Governors, 26-22. Utah has not presented anything. Washington right now leaning Democrat. It was leaning Republican a little while ago, and I thought that looked kind of weird. So you see 236 up there for Trump on my screen, and I just don't know how to get it down to 230. Even with that, it's going to be one off. So 231, 230, I'm only one off on that way. So we'll do it that way for now until we know exactly what's going on. If you hear my dog again, I do apologize. He's right up on my feet and whining again. Outcast Podcast coming to you live. YouTube and Twitch. 2024 election. Waiting for some more states to be called here. We're 40 votes away from Trump becoming the next president of the United States, being number 47, so it'd be 45 and 47. I need to get my calculator out here real quick. I just want to do some electoral math. He's at 230 right now. Georgia, if he wins that, gives him 16 more votes. That puts him at 246. If he wins Pennsylvania, that's 19. That puts him at 265. If he was to win Wisconsin, he's over. So for Harris, she's at 187. She would need to win Nevada. She would need to win that 85. She would need to win Virginia, which is 13. That would put her at 205. 19 votes. Put her at 224. If she won Michigan, and then Wisconsin, and then Minnesota, she'd be at 259. I don't even think Harris could win this. I really don't know. I don't know if there's a pathway for Harris now or not, to be honest with you. I think the doors are closing for her quickly. I could be wrong, but her pathway is shrinking by the minute. And this is when the slowdown is going to come on calling states. Because if they don't want Trump to win, they're going to slow down like they did last time in 2016 with Hillary. And it'd be 4 o'clock in the morning before we know anything. Because they just want to hold out as long as they can. Now, if Harris is better than Clinton, and we're sitting at 256 or 260 or 265, and there's 2 or 3 states that could be called, but they're just waiting to call them, and she concedes, then it is what it is. I'm watching NBC right now. They're going over the Georgia right now. There's a lot of red on that map and not a lot of blue in Georgia right now. Georgia, Pennsylvania, too close to call, according to NBC News. They're showing 172, 214. So they're behind the Associated Press at the moment. All right, and NBC also has the Senate at 49, and so the GOP is 1 away. They've gained 2 seats. The Democrats have lost 2 seats. So we're basically 1 seat away from the Republicans taking control of the U.S. Senate. And the House, 167, 114. So 167, 77, 87, 97, 07, 41 vote, 41 away from control of the House of Representatives. And we've got 1 state, Utah, that has not done anything with their governor yet. We have more Republican governors than Democrat governors in the United States right now. Georgia, she is running behind Biden by about 3 percentage points from what Biden did in 2020. Trump is actually doing better by a big margin in his, and Harris is doing better in some states than in some counties in Georgia versus Biden when he ran. So all we can do is just sit and wait. That is all we can do. Georgia, 50.9% Trump, 48.2% Harris, 2.5 million. There's 135,243 votes. Trump is ahead in Georgia right now. I don't think it's going to be much longer. They will not be able to go much longer. They're going to have to call Georgia. Minnesota has gone blue. That would put her at 197 if she wins that one. I'm not going to, let's go on my map and let's just give her Minnesota. She's at 202. If she won every state, she would win the election. She'd have to win everything right now. Now I got to get my map back to matching. All right, Harris just picked up another state here. I got to see what she picked up. That's out of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Georgia. All right, I got him about there. She's at 194. She's up 2. $192, 192 to 230, 192 to 230. Okay, where did she pick something up at? Is my question. Because I don't see anything called different than what I had. Well, wait a minute. No? Have I got DC on my map for her? DC. 192, 192. Okay, yep. Now we're matching. All right. Harris 192, Trump 230. It shows 234 on mine, and that's because I don't know what else to do. There's just too much. Well, Maine, look at Maine real quick. So Maine hasn't even been called yet. Take Maine off there. 232. $232. All right, so I've been streaming for 5 hours. I mean, my software was going to start, my computer was going to start slowing down. I got to figure out where those two freaking votes are at. All right, we'll figure it out here in a little bit. I mean, I'll have to wind up redoing this map here in a little bit, probably. But we'll worry about that later. $40 votes, and this is all over, folks. That's all. It's where we're at. 40 votes. They're saying Georgia's too close to call, and I don't know how, because it's over 100,000 votes separating them. They're trying to hold out, like 91% reporting. They're not going to be able to hold out much longer. They're going to have to call that state, and that will give Trump 246 at that point. Harris is like 200,000 votes down now in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin may wind up going to Trump just like last time. That is a very big possibility. Like 2016, big possibility. The Democrats should have ran, Pete Buttigieg or some other high-profile male. I know it's sexist to say it, but I don't think the United States is ready for a female president unless you got two female candidates, and they don't have a choice. The same thing happened with Hillary Clinton. Everybody thought she had it. She thought she had it. The polls said she had it, and she lost it. I don't know if there's a clear path to victory for her or not right now. Unless Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada all go blue. That's about the only way. Let's check out some results here for the Senate. All right, the Republicans now have control of the U.S. Senate. They have 50. Democrats have 40. U.S. Senate in control of the Republicans right now. Now, if it goes 50-50 and the Democrats win, Democrats have control like they did under Biden. The House, 168 Republicans, 121 Democrats. Republicans look like they're going to hang on to that as well. Governors, Utah, we're still waiting on them. Every state except for Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii have a leaning to them. There's no leaning to those three states. On average, Alaska normally goes to Republicans, and the islands normally go to the Democrats. So this one's going to go blue, this one's going to go red. That's going to be early in the morning, and that's not really going to be enough to make a difference one way or the other with the candidates. I wonder how old Ted Cruz did. Let's see. Ted Cruz won with 54% of the vote. So he beat his opponent, Colin Allred. He beat him by a big whopping majority, 54% for him, 43.9% for his Democratic colleague. $230 Trump, $192 Harris. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, New Hampshire, Virginia, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, all waiting to be called at this hour. I knew we were going to have a late night, but I was really hoping beyond hope that by now we would have had a good sampling, and we would be where we need to be for the networks to make a call by midnight. Hey, here's your next president, but ain't gonna happen. All right, Kamala Harris projected winner in Virginia according to NBC, but it has not been called by the AP yet. Something just got called by the AP for Harris because something just went blue. She jumped up to 205. Let's see what changes here. Oh, they called Virginia. They just called Virginia. So let me and I knew Virginia was going to go to Harris. We all knew that. Harris 205, Trump 230. As we sit and wait for a few more states to get called. They should be calling Georgia here soon. I don't see them going out too much longer not calling Georgia. Fairfax gave Harris 340,000 votes. Loudoun County gave her 124,000. Prince William gave her another 124. Stafford gave her 39. Northampton gave her 3,000. She barely pulled Virginia off, to be honest with you. All right, Maine 211. So Maine 211. What is it? 21. Which 211 is it? 2 Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, and then Nebraska 2-1, nothing 1. So 2-1, nothing 1. So that's 232 for Trump. If that comes to fruition, but I'm not going to make that adjustment on my side yet until it matches up. But that gets me. Now I kind of know where we're at with that. So now I know I can take this off, this off. 205. So I take that off, that off, that off because it hasn't been called yet. 6, 205. 230. So I need to give Trump that one there back and there. All right, so 230, 205, 230, 205. Okay, so now I'm matching them. Okay. Strive to do my best to stay in line. All right, so Harris is at 205 right now. Let's get the old calculator out. Okay, she's at 205. If she got Minnesota, that's another 10 votes. If she gets Wisconsin, that's another 10 electoral votes. If she got Michigan, that's 15 electoral votes. If she got Pennsylvania, that's 19 electoral votes. If she got Georgia, that's 16 electoral votes. If she got Arizona, that's 11 electoral votes. If she gets Nevada, I can't remember how many electoral votes they got, but let's just go with what we got. That's 286. If she wins every open state right now, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, that's her path. if Donald Trump takes Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, it's over. She has no way of catching up. All right, I'll be right back, folks. Again, folks, Harris does have a path. She has to win every state that's open right now. She cannot lose one state. She must win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada to have a path. That's her path. If she loses one of the big states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, if she loses any of the big states with more than 10 electoral votes, I don't see a path. Her path closed in my mind, and I've been, watching elections for a long time. I watched Reagan chair Carter up, and Mondale, and I believe it was Mondale. Watch him tear him up. Landslide victories, all but one state. And I think in one of them, he got all the states. But there is a path for her. But the path, it got very, very narrow. When Florida got called as quick as it did, and Ohio got called as quick as it got called, at that point, I began to worry. Simply because I know from past experiences that it's very easy for networks to make a call and not care what they're calling. NBC has it 230-185. I've got it 230-205, but I'm using AP and not any of the networks. I use AP because they're what most presidential campaigns in most states go by, as far as where their state is as being elected, or where their results are. They'll go by AP most of the time. Secretary of State, certifies. But as far as I've yet to see a state come out and say, hey, no, you got to pick our votes back. We're not done yet. We're still counting. We need you to take those 10 electoral votes off of said candidate and leave them open, and we'll tell you when we're ready to do it. If it was me, and this is just me, I would have the individual states make their own calls. So the Secretary of State of New York would come out and say, okay, here's the vote, here's the totals. We declare Harris the winner, or we declare Trump the winner, or whoever. Let the states make the call, but they don't do that because some of these states would hold it out for days to look for votes for a Republican or look for votes for Democrat, whatever it may be, trying to find enough votes for them to win. And that is a very troublesome thing, and that's why the states don't make their own calls. It's called by the press, and we just go with whatever we're told. The Outcast Podcast coming to you live here on YouTube and Twitch. We are 6 hours and 4 minutes into this live. And that right there is not right. Let me switch this over real quick, because I no longer have that other map up. The Outcast Podcast is a new podcast platform. We are, well, me, we do it, me and my son helps me. We try to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I don't want to give you any false information. I don't want to sit there and give you politics. This is who you should have voted for. This is what you should have done. You vote for you. I don't let anybody influence my vote. I look at candidates. I look at what they stand for, what their policies are, and then I make my decision from there. That's the way I do it. And so it can be very perplexing to a lot of people. As of right now, Harris has popular vote 56,379,921 votes, or 47.6%. Donald Trump has 60,480,669 votes, or 51%. So he's got 3.4% more than Kamala Harris right now. We have many states we're still waiting for calls on. We're waiting for them to call multiple states so that we would know who our next president's going to be. Let's go in here and look at the Senate real quick. So we're still sitting at 50 GOP, 41 for the Democrats. They lost 2 seats. Republicans gained 2 seats. The majority is there. The Republicans have the majority unless it goes 50-50. If it goes 50-50, which is possible, then the vice president would break the tie. In the House, 171 to 126. GOP with 171. I'm telling you now that it looks like the House is going to stay under Republican control, and Utah is leaning Republican with their governor's race right now. So that would be 27 to 23, which would give you the 50. So we would have more states under Republican-controlled governors than Democrat-controlled governors. And for Vermont and New Hampshire to have Republican governors, that's a big move for me. We're just going to sit here and wait it out. And let's go into our next closures are 12, Alaska and Hawaii. And then Alaska got 1, because Alaska's got 2 time zones. So Alaska and Hawaii is coming up here real soon with their closures, and that will put us with every state having polls closed. I'm predicting right now. I told you guys Harris was going to have a bad night if Virginia wasn't called before midnight. It was called before midnight, but I didn't, foresee Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin being in play for Trump. And 75% reporting in Wisconsin is 1.3 million for Trump, 1.2 million for Harris. It's 101,000 votes separating them. Michigan, there's 134,000 votes separating them. Trump in the lead. Pennsylvania, Trump's in the lead by 200,000 votes. Arizona, Trump is in the lead by 7,000. There's been some movement there. And Nevada still has not posted any numbers. And we won't get anything out of Alaska and Hawaii for some time because they got 2 minutes till they close. We'll see what the AP does. Those are pretty much guaranteed to be. That's blue wall, red wall stuff there. They pretty much guaranteed to be where they need to be. If you watch the rerun, if you watch my replay on this, please like and subscribe it. Leave a comment. You can email me at Outcast Podcast SC Sam Charlie at gmail.com, and I will either answer you on live or I will answer it via email. If you don't want me to answer it anyway but email, just put on there, hey, please do this, and I will do that. I'm going through my emails here. Joe 5, 230. Harris 205 votes. Trump 230. Harris can win if she wins every state that is open right now. I don't know if she loses Georgia. I don't know. Let's see if she's got a path without Georgia. Get the calculator back up there. She's at 205 right now. We're going to keep Georgia out the mix. Arizona, 11 electoral votes. Minnesota, 10 electoral votes. I think Wisconsin 16 at 10. Then Wisconsin, Michigan is 15. Pennsylvania is 19. And then Georgia is 16. She can still win and lose one state, but it's going to be close. I gave her Georgia in that count anyway. If you take Georgia off, she's at 270. She would still win. That's 16 votes. So you take that off, she would still win because it's 286, be 276 without Georgia. Well, no, it'd be 270 without Georgia. So yeah, she would still win. She could lose Georgia and still win. Hawaii has been called. Hawaii has been called for Kamala Harris, putting her to 209 votes. Let's go in here and change the ticker. $232.09. Senate, still 50-42. The House, 176, 132, as the Republicans inch closer to keeping control of the House. They have control of the Senate if there's not a 50-50. If there's a 50-50, then whoever wins the presidency will control the Senate. There's not enough votes there, and this is where you people need not to freak out. If it's 51-49, Republicans still won't get anything through because it takes 60 votes to get something out of cloture to get it on the floor to vote. So that being said, I wouldn't fret it just yet. All right, so right now, Republicans are said to have taken control of the Senate, as the latest headline. Fox News has it 232-216. I have it 232-09, and that's because I'm going off what's been called. Alaska has not been called yet. They won't get called after October 1 because they have half their state is still open for voting as of right now. Wisconsin, 76% reporting. Michigan, 45%. Michigan still got time to turn around. Wisconsin's running out of time. Pennsylvania, 83% reporting. Trump's at 3 million. Harris is at 2.7. It's 300,000. I think Pennsylvania is about out of her reach. That's going to put Trump at 249 if he gets Pennsylvania. And right now, I don't see why he would not get it unless a massive shift happens. And Georgia is at 93%. He's got over almost 200,000 votes there. They're going to have to call that one soon too. At 93%, you can't hold out too long. I would not put it past Harris to be conceding here soon. Bucks County, 379 votes difference. Donald Trump is winning Bucks by 379 votes. There's one county in Pennsylvania that doesn't even have any votes registered right now. So these gray counties, this gray county right here has not turned in any votes, and that's normally Republican. Democrat. You got this one right here that's going to decide Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to probably remain Republican. That's my thinking. Still sitting at 50%. With about roughly 11,000 votes ahead of Donald Trump in Arizona. So we are in wait and see mood. Waiting to see who does what. 230 to 189 is what NBC has got it at right now. They're not even matching the Associated Press. I went back into Fulton County, still nobody. That was 20 minutes ago. Let's refresh it. Still no votes out of Fulton County, Georgia. This is going to come down to 2016. They're going to wait for, if it looks like Trump is going to win, they're going to wait for Harris to call and concede, just like they did in 2016 with Hillary. They're not going to call it. They'll wait for her to concede before they call those states. If you remember, Trump was walking out on stage when they made the actual call that he had won. So now NBC doesn't have the 50 people or the 50 Senate seats like AP has. Well, 51. So 51 to 42. So the GOP has a one, even if Harris wins, the Senate is in GOP control for the next 2 years. The House, 177 Republicans, 138 Democrats. It looks like the House and the Senate's probably going to be under Republican control. Harris has jumped to 210. She must have picked up a congressional district somewhere. As best I can tell, that's the only way she'd have got to 210. She had to pick up a congressional district. So I'm going to give her a congressional district on my map, so I can make my map, at least the numbers match. $210, $230. Trump 230, Harris 210. As we just said, and wait for more states. It's coming down to they aren't going to have a choice here much longer. 93% reporting in Georgia. I don't see her being able to pull that out. Arizona, I don't know if she can pull that one out or not. Wisconsin, don't know. Michigan, don't know. Pennsylvania, got that one county in Pennsylvania that's right here that has not turned in any results yet. But I think that's a Republican county in Pennsylvania, if I remember correctly. But it was in 16 and 20, I think. But I don't know which way it's going to go this time. Nobody expected Trump to win this election. Nobody. Everybody thought Trump was going to lose. And I kept trying to tell everybody, this is what cost the election in 2016 for the Democrats. Everybody thought Hillary had it. A lot of people didn't go vote because they had been convinced Hillary had it in the bag. All those early votes, she's got it. And the Never Trumpers pinched their nose and voted for Trump. Independents and Democrats pinched their nose and they voted for Trump. That's what they're doing this time. They're pinching their nose and they're voting for Trump, because if they were voting for Harris, the numbers would be different right now. It'd be 240 Harris, 210 Trump, if not less. Because there were maps out there that had people were out there making predictions that Harris was going to win all but 2 or 3 states. She was going to have almost 400 electoral votes. And I was thinking to myself, I sent this guy a message. I'm like, you do realize that you are daydreaming that this is never going to happen. Ted Cruz won with 53.9%. He had a 10-point win over his competition there. Harris can still win this thing. Donald Trump can win it. It's just waiting to see how these states are going. I'm going to refresh this page real quick here. Nothing's changed. We're still waiting. That we're using tonight is by 270 to win. Their interactive electoral map. AP is where we're getting our election results when we make our calls. We are also watching NBC and Fox on the computer as well, so that we can keep up with everything. All right, Michigan, Trump is ahead. 1.3 million to 1.2 million. He's 51.5. She's 46.7. 46% in, 15 electoral votes. If that doesn't change, Trump is going to win Michigan. Minnesota, Harris has got that by almost 10 points. So I think Minnesota is pretty safe in her column. I'm not going to give it to her yet, but she's pretty much on the way there. Nobody thought we'd be where we're at right now. Everybody thought this thing would have been over with hours ago. Everybody else seems like, yeah, it'd be called by 10 or 11 o'clock for Harris. I'm be drunk and passed out by X. And it just isn't happening. Same problem we had last time. Got too cocky. We got it in the bag. We got it in the bag. We got it in the bag. No, you ain't got it in the bag till that 270 happens. Well, Nevada's got 6 electoral votes. So I don't even know if that would even help her right now. My map doesn't match their map, but the numbers at the top match, 230, 210. That's the only thing I want to match right now, because I don't know which way to go with these individual congressional districts in Maine and Nebraska that get split up according to how you win it. I think that's stupid. Makes it kind of hard to do things right. Trump's only about 4 million ahead now to popular vote. She's catching up a little bit in that, but I think he might take, if he wins, it's going to be popular vote and electoral college 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. It could be she gets it all. I don't know. We just have to see. This can all change in just a matter of minutes. These states, Michigan is slowly getting out of reach for her, and Wisconsin slowly getting out of reach for her, and Minnesota's getting out of reach for Trump. Arizona, with 50% still reporting, it's 920,000 for Trump, 909,000 for Harris. So about 11,000 vote difference there. Minnesota is now too close to call with NBC News. 971,000 for Harris, 867,000 for Trump, with 57% reporting. So they see something there that's keeping them from calling that state. So all we can do is just sit and wait. Let's go and look at the Senate real quick. Senate, 51 GOP, 42 for the Democrats. 179 for the GOP in the House, 144 for the Democrats in the House. The Republicans there's 435 seats in the House, 100 in the Senate for 535 total. 435 representatives get reelected every 2 years. They don't have a 6-year term like Senate. So we are awaiting and we're waiting and we're waiting. I'm trying to stay awake. I even slept in a little bit late today trying to stay awake and working. As we continue to wait, 12:21 on the East Coast in the morning of November 6th, 2024. Donald Trump, 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 210 electoral votes, with Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, New Hampshire, Georgia, Arizona, and New Mexico, and Alaska, all waiting to be called. Kamala needs every state. Trump only needs 40 more votes. If he takes Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, it is all over, folks. If Kamala takes every state that's open, she can still win this thing. She's got to take them all. This is the part I hate. Just sitting here waiting. After midnight, we should already have a call. We should already know who the next president of the United States is going to be. It should not be taking this long to make a call. It really should not be. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. Outcast Podcast will be back momentarily right here on Twitch, YouTube, with continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential election. We'll be back here momentarily, folks. Don't go away. I want to switch this over to this tab. So if they call a state while I'm gone, you will see it. And we'll be right back. Outcast Podcast, live. The 2024 presidential election here on YouTube and Twitch. All right, we're back. Outcast Podcast coming to you live, YouTube and Twitch. 2024 presidential election underway. Right now, it's 210 Harris, 230 Trump, as we wait for more election results to come in. We're just waiting for them to call some states. And they're not calling them fast enough, in my opinion, but there's nothing I can do about it. And so we sit here and we wait. That's all we can do. This is very reminiscent of 2016 to me. And kind of worries me a little bit. I'll be right back, folks. Let me grab a drink real quick. Life is good. Life is good. Have no neck. Oh, regular head, baby. Well, as soon as they like it, like, they called it like, got $20 out of Thank you. I think my probably will order some stuff on my phone. All right. This is taking a lot longer than I was anticipating. To be quite honest, she's Outcast Podcast, live YouTube, Twitch. 2024 presidential election coverage. Harris 210 electoral votes. Trump 230 electoral votes. As of right now, control of the U.S. Senate is in the hands of the Republicans. They have 51 seats as of a minute ago. Let me check now. Yeah, 51 for the GOP, 42 for the Democrats. Senate is under Republican control, no matter who wins the presidency. The House, 179 GOP, 151 Democrats. Democrats can still take the House because it's 435 seats. They can still get it, but they're going to have to hurry because right now it's, working its way to the Republicans. And all the governors are now complete. So it's 27 to 23, which gives us 50. So 2 Democratic governors got elected out of the 11, leaving 9 Republican governors elected tonight. So the Republican governors are now in control of the states. I don't know about state houses, the state representatives and the state senates. I don't know the makeup of those. So I'm not going to speculate on what could or could not happen. All we can do is continue to sit and wait. They're going to have to start calling some states here. Wisconsin's 82%, and we're almost 100,000 votes, over 100,000 votes ahead of Trump. Michigan's 55%, 1.6 million for Trump, and 1.4 million for Harris. They're going to have to call that one soon. Pennsylvania's 3,150,000 for Trump, 2,974,000 for Harris, 86% reporting. They're going to have to call that one soon. 93% reporting in Georgia, 200,000 vote lead, almost for Donald Trump there. Arizona, 51%. Trump is up 13,000 votes there. And of course, Nevada still has nothing up. And Alaska has 22 minutes. And the other half of their state closes. And they can start posting results. So, again, we're just wait and see mode here. Trump is in Florida tonight, not New York. That's Palm Beach. We're going to switch over and do some NBC coverage real quick here for you.
Nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered, and I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got...
Uh-oh. I've been streaming for a while, so I knew there was a chance this was going to happen, unfortunately.
Attentive AI has been a huge factor in personalization.
But we also have Nevada and Arizona.
Well,
Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Kari Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Kari Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt. That there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position.
All right, we want to go to Harris headquarters, Cedric Richmond, who is, of course, the head of the DNC, about to address the crowd there. Let's listen in.
Yeah, 210, 230.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted,
You're going to send people
that
home.
every voice has spoken.
Not a good thing to do.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight,
Same thing they did with Hillary.
but you will hear from her
Same thing.
tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters,
What's gonna
but to
happen
address
if she
the
loses?
nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Same thing they did 2016.
Who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign and misspoke earlier. Apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out.
It was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note that this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see, in this case, Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
Of the
She showed up in
battleground
those
states.
blue wall
But
states.
again, her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, were really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly one
although
thing
in
that
our
will be
exit polls,
well, yes,
threat to democracy
it top
is the
issue.
number
Yes,
one issue. It's
yes,
just that it's
that's
in the
right.
eye of the beholder, and it means different
correct.
things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it, because it's
All right, I'm going to mute this real quick. Folks, this is 2016 all over again. The Democrats just came out and said, hey, Harris is not going to talk tonight, which is the same thing John Podesta did with Hillary Clinton. And 2 hours later, she called Trump conceited, and they finally called the election at that point when she conceded. They went ahead and called the states that they've been holding for hours: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. They held those states for hours until she called and conceded. If Harris was to concede right now, Michigan, almost 200,000 votes now. Michigan, 1.7 million Trump, 1.5 million for Kamala. Wisconsin, 1.4 million for Trump, 1.3 million for Kamala. Pennsylvania, 3.1 million for Trump, 2.9 million for Kamala. This is Georgia, 94% reporting, 130,000 votes separate the two. There's still a slight chance she could get Georgia, but I don't see her getting any of these things, to be honest with you. Let's rejoin NBC. All right, thank you for NBC. I'm using this under the Fair Use Act.
Some unhelpful trends for them. On the right side, the Trump gathering in West Palm Beach tonight, where we have seen dancing and celebration. Again, the race has not been called yet, but they, like everyone else watching, some interesting trend lines that seem to be pointing in that direction. We'll take a break here. Still be with us, and we'll be right back.
60% of the vote in. I'm seeing a lot of red.
All right, so while they go to break here, we'll move over to our map. It's too reminiscent of 2016 right now, with Harris pulling this. She'd have been better off coming out and saying, hey, folks, let's count all the votes. Let's wait till tomorrow. Or, I know y'all are holding off counting votes because you want me to win, but I know I'm not going to win. I've called, I've conceded. Let's move on. They're holding out, hoping that beyond hope that something's going to happen, but I don't. All right, so Fani Willis won re-election according to the thing here, 466 of 466 precincts reporting Fani Willis kept Fulton DA. Or what were y'all thinking in Fulton County, Georgia? If the YSL RICO trial did not wake y'all up in Fulton County, nothing will wake you up. I'm sorry, but there's no other way to put it. $210, Harris $230, Trump. As we continue to wait, we'll rejoin NBC this month to our continuing non-stop coverage of the 2024.
Welcome back to NBC's Election Night coverage. It is almost 1 a.m. here in the East with another poll about to close as we wait on numbers from some of the critical battleground states in the race for president.
We're covering not just the presidential race, though, but also both houses of Congress just made a big call in the Senate. Kristen Welker on the balance of power there, and Republicans have officially regained control of the United States Senate.
They've regained control of the United States Senate, which is a significant development, one that was expected. And now the question that we are asking is just how big will their margins be in the Senate? So right now it's 51 to 41. We're still waiting for a number of results. But among the top states that we're looking for, now that they have these pickups, which have given them control, Arizona, Ruben Gallego, and Kari Lake, we still haven't called that race. The Montana race is such a fascinating one. Senator Jon Tester trying to win re-election against Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy is a somewhat controversial candidate, and yet it looks like Jon Tester could potentially be poised for defeat. We'll have to see how that race goes.
It's a very red state, Montana, so he was one of the most vulnerable incumbents.
Absolutely. And when Republicans were eyeing how are we going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also waiting for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Dave McCormick, Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. So we're watching, and Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also in Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
How about Michigan? We've got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
In Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers running very close. And again, I keep making this point. Some of these Democratic candidates actually looked like they had a good shot at winning re-election. And then the polls have just completely narrowed, which is what we've seen at the top of the ticket as well. And we continue to ask this question, will we see any ticket splitters?
The ticket splitter, which just brings me right to Hallie. I think we were wondering if you might see, a Trump Slotkin in Michigan or
right.
Trump Baldwin in Wisconsin. We don't see a lot of ticket splitting in the modern political
That's
era.
exactly right.
But we
Because
might
people
now.
are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable and some of these. I mean, listen, we're talking about the blue wall in some of these blue wall states. And remember why the margin matters in the Senate. Not just for funsies. It's because there's a couple of Republicans in the Senate who would be potentially likely to buck Donald Trump if he were to win the White House on some issues. I'm thinking Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. If Republicans can build up that margin, that won't matter quite as much.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're still waiting to see how this all plays out tonight. We've got more ahead. Let's check back right now with the presidential race and the road to 270.
Coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning in the East, that's the road to 270. The map filling out 6 of 7 battleground states have been called. And we just got word from Harris headquarters and the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent, right there. So what are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making the announcement to the thousands who had gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University, her alma mater, but to the nation as well, in an address that would take place at some point tomorrow. No specifics on when that would occur. For those who have kept track of the Trump era, you'll remember in 2016, a very similar circumstance there at the Javits Center in New York City at Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So a lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point. But I can tell you, in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C., they say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation, in their words, was just, quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier from Jen O'Malley Dillon. She is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign staff, telling them all to get some sleep and that they would come back and finish this off strong tomorrow. So that's effectively where things are at the end of the evening. But I got to tell you, Savannah, on a day when so many those close to Kamala Harris really felt like they had the momentum, they felt like the vibes were on their side, it quickly appeared clear that, you know, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be returning to the figures that haunted Democrats back in 2016, where they just didn't have enough to defeat Donald Trump that go around. So many blank stares, glum faces, people not so much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They had been handing out American flags early on. As some of the early numbers were out, they were cheering and waving those flags. But as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won. They turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract from the situation, try to give a little pick-me-up to the people here.
All right. Peter, thank you so much. I want to go over to Garrett Haake, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they're getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the network's called Georgia for the former president, and a loud chorus of boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice President Harris would not be speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the Intercoastal Waterway towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there emptying out a lot of the folks he had been with. Governor Burgum, for example, other close Trump aides and allies making their way across the street. Still no sign of the former president here yet, Savannah.
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes. Here's the breakdown right now. You see the difference, 43,000, 95% of the vote in there, so very little left to count. Where does that bring us to in the road to 270? Donald Trump at 246, Harris now up to 194.
Let's go over to Tom Llamas, who's at the big board of Pennsylvania, and you've got some bellwether counties that are reporting in now, and it's a good news for Donald Trump.
Yeah, one in the east, one in the west. Let's start in the east. Northampton County, this is Easton, PA, right here, south central suburbs. 95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020. So Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watch in Western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the collar counties in Philadelphia. Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County, 86% of the vote is in. 62% for Biden. Again, 60%. She's underperforming there. We move down to Delco. 95% in, 62.9, slightly underperforming there. Philadelphia County, this is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well. There's still a lot of vote left to be counted, 20% or so. 81% was where Biden was at. She's at 78. And finally, Bucks County here. Trump has flipped this right now. There's still about 30% of the vote is out, 69%. He had 51, Biden did in 2020, Trump tonight with 50%, still some vote to be counted there, but those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the East, one in the West, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys, but this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming in the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House.
Right. Whether it's a call or not, it functionally is. I don't know. Is the minute if we call Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right.
So
That's right. It's ball game. I mean, that's
yes,
it. So.
And they're counting fast in Pennsylvania tonight as well. We're coming up on the top of the hour. I think we're going to have some projections to make. Yes. Don't forget.
We are going to hear
there's
from
one more state to go here.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And NBC News projecting that it's, well, not projecting at all. We're saying it is too early to call on Alaska. And here's where the road to 270 stands right now. Harris with 194, Trump gaining ground now, 246, as he looks forward to scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it. Too close to call right now with 92% of the vote in. Same story in Michigan, but we've been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice president tonight. Michigan too close to call. Minnesota still too close to call at this hour. Of course, that's the home state of Governor Tim Walz, but too close to call right now with the what we have in here. Arizona too early to call. And in Wisconsin, too close to call. So I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin. Yeah. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again.
Bow, wow, wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Okay, Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75% is where Biden was in 2020. With 95% of the vote, and she's at 75%. That's fine for her. Milwaukee, we're going to be waiting on the biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, I would say, maybe more than that. She's at 66%. But again, 40% of the vote in Milwaukee is not in. This is a big Democratic county, so maybe she can run her numbers up there. But then when we look at the wow counties here, Ozaki, this is the O in the wow, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the bow counties now. This is around Green Bay. 56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50, again, overperforming. And we go to Outagamie, again, slightly overperforming, guys. So as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop. But again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look. She's about at the same mark, slightly higher, but not by much in Eau Claire. And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers, 50%, matching Biden 4 years ago. 95% of the vote is in. And we'll look at Dorr. That's one we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Dorr County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through, and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right, relax.
Exactly. But every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. He can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the third time you run for president, that just never happens. And I really do think that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Getting into minority communities was the right thing to do. Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like to say, what do we need to do here?
But does Trump transcend politics as we know it? I mean, that he was able to...
I'm going to mute just for a second, folks. So Georgia has gotten called for Donald Trump. We're at 247, 210 with the AP. This is 2016 all over again. And the reason I say that is we've been watching NBC and we've been seeing how she's underperforming against Biden. Folks, the country's not going to get a female president until you have 2 females running against each other. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states right now leaning red. 2 leaning blue. If those states, all 5 of those states go red, it's a massive win. He don't need but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. He's there a lot quicker than she is, unfortunately. Let's get back to NBC News.
For Donald Trump. So I don't know if this is we call it the bro wall, is that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and vote for him.
It is the hardest demographic in American politics. Males under 30 to turn out. They're the lowest turning out segment. I've spent hours on your show, you and I, talking about running up the numbers with women. And, the Harris campaign did some of that tonight. The Trump campaign decided, let's just give her that and let's go grow our electorate differently. And it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett in the newsroom. Laura, what do you have?
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot measure, this one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by a vote of 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a projection on the ultimate race for president in that state. But again, the ballot amendment we can project has passed there, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
And you know what's interesting on that front? There's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration. And the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot initiative, that those would maybe lean Trump. But the Trump campaign has thought that there would be quote unquote ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that, as Laura reports, has just passed.
One of the things that I think is so interesting is we're talking about expanding the amount of voters who came out to vote for Donald Trump is this decision that he made not to campaign with Nikki Haley. And a lot of people thought, oh, that's going to be a big misstep. To your point, Jim, it was his way of calculating, I'm going to focus on driving out the mail vote, because a lot of people thought, boy, that's a risky strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters.
Right.
When Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, there was never a sense of here's an olive branch coming to my tent.
But there were a million
like,
people that voted for Nikki Haley in battleground states. And I mean, that's a real gutsy move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
But the true answer is you could have done both. Like he could have done both. Like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted. They were just sitting out there. I remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked. Because they decided, to your point, they were going to go jack up low propensity white males, and it may have worked.
Let's go check in on Battleground Michigan. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit. Are they still counting into the night there, Jesse?
Yeah, Lester, we're trying to get some clarity. As I mentioned earlier, we were hoping we would have the tabulation from the city of Detroit around midnight. We have not gotten any confirmation at this point if that has been completed. But I do want to emphasize something that we're seeing coming out of the surrounding areas. Dearborn, Michigan, that is a community that has a large population of Arab Americans. And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East that has been going on for months, and how that might impact the vote here. And we're starting to get some early indicators. At this point, this is not the complete data. Of course, we're still waiting for more votes to come in, including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far. And third party candidate, Green Party candidate Jill Stein has 22%. The warning signs around this issue go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000 people vote uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization. And they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates, or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted, may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County. But this margin right here at this point in the night is way too close. This is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the battleground county. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out, Clark County. I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes. So still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here in Nevada. As you mentioned, you know, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until that happened, which is why Tom Llamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which, you know, Tom Llamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only two population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings. And I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group. But that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's mountain time, too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach. And he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today. He does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. And it was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture.
New Hampshire has been called for New Hampshire has been called for Harris. New Hampshire has been called for Harris.
Breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of closed the doors, urged people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will not have been called as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be. But it's notable he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race hadn't been called one way or the other. He hadn't lost yet. He lost 5 days later.
You've got some new information, Garrett?
Well, Lester, I just want to add that Trump was asked about this earlier today, and I think we have two things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. A unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
While we wait on this commercial message here, New Hampshire has gone to Kamala Harris, 214 for Harris, 247 for Trump. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska all remain uncalled. Minnesota and Maine lean Harris. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska are all leaning Trump right now. This is the Outcast Podcast, bringing you 2024 non-political coverage, bipartisan. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just here to give you the results of it, and I'll do that for you with no problem. We'll be back to NBC here in about 20 seconds or so. They'll be back. We'll rejoin them so we can see Trump's speech. We've got to carry the Harris speech.
Let's zero in on it.
But she chose not to, just like Hillary did. Here's my prediction. I told you I wasn't going to make one, but I'm going to make it anyway. She's going to concede here in a few minutes, just like Clinton did before Trump gets on stage. Here we go.
All right, there's the road to 270. Donald Trump inching closer to the magic 270. Harris with 194. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, the important battleground state, maybe the most important. Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris in a 225,000 vote difference, 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call. Wisconsin, another key battleground state in play, too close to call there. 89% of the vote is in there. And we can show you Nevada with its 6 electoral votes, too close to call, 37,000 vote difference. Minnesota, it is Kamala Harris leading, but that is characterized by our decision desk as too close to call. 85,000 vote difference in Minnesota. Tom, we'll send it back over to you.
Yep, we're going to be looking at Arizona right now. The closest margin in 2020. At this hour, we have about 53% of the vote in. It's really tied up. It's pretty much 50-50 right now. Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still very early. Maricopa County, 60% of the vote. This is sort of, you want to win here to win the state. Harris is on top right now. We can compare her to 4 years ago. But again, half the vote is out in Maricopa County. But she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County. Again, half the vote is out, but she's overperforming there than where Biden was 4 years ago. But when we go to the Trump counties, okay, places like Yuma, Trump is overperforming. 52% in 2020. Again, there's only 35% of the vote in, but he's at 64%. And we can actually, if we move the state over here, I'm going to pop over all the red counties and you can see how he's overperforming. 68. Now at La Paz, 71. We go a little further, Mojave, 75. He's at 76. We'll come over here to Navajo, 53. He's at 61. Still half the votes out over there. Finally, 58 and 60%. So you can see, I want to show you an interesting stat, though. So remember where this race is right here, right? It's neck and neck. Let's go to the Senate race here, and it's a much different story. Look how much ahead Gallego is over Kari Lake right here. So you could have that split ticket voter effect in Arizona happening right now. Again, Gallego's at 52%, Kari Lake's at 46%. When we come back to the president's race, 50-49. So you can see what's happening there. We even heard Jen Psaki talking about this, right? There could be voters who, the border's important to them. The economy is obviously important to them as well. And they could be picking Trump for the presidency, but Ruben Gallego for the Senate, guys.
I think the abortion ballot measure passed as well in Arizona. So, voters aren't always sticking to the categories people want to put them in. Can we see the Nevada Senate race? So if Gallego gets the Democratic seat, that's a hold for the Democrats, and Jackie Rosen trying to go back to the Senate and hold that seat. How's it look in Nevada?
Look, this is neck and neck right now. And Dems thought that they were going to have this, this was a lean Democrat. They didn't think this was going to be a tough race for them. This is a little tough right now. But again, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. Let's see. We can see how compared to Biden. She's slightly underperforming Biden. But again, there's more than 20% of the vote out in Clark County. I don't want to make too much assumptions about Nevada without sort of a majority, all of Clark County in, or at least 90% in Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state. Neck and neck there. I would say, I think it's fair to say at this point with the vote where it is, Sam Brown is overperforming. Jackie Rosen, of course, the incumbent here. Not great news for Democrats right now, but it's still a lot of the vote is out in Las Vegas, and that's what's going to really decide this election, Savannah.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the Montana Senate seat as well, where John Tester is looking to hold on. You can check in on that, report back. Oh, no, look, you're so fast on that board now. What do you say?
Tim Sheehy, look at this. The incumbent John Tester is down. This was the most expensive Senate race, I think maybe ever, in Montana here. This was a huge fight, and we only have about 30% in, so we can't really draw too much from here. But we can see how, this is a very red state. Trump was at 56. He's performing at 51 right now, so he's sort of underperforming. But look, it's still early in the night. There's still 70% of the vote that's out in Montana. But this is one we're going to be watching closer there's still a lot of counties that haven't even reported vote yet. So still very early in Montana, but the Republican, Tim Sheehy's on top.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. We're back with our panel now, along with our guest, Claire McCaskill, former Democratic Senator from Missouri, and Mark Lauder, Strategic Communications for the 2020 Trump campaign. Good to have you both here with us tonight. Claire, let me start with you. We may hear, Donald Trump sooner than later. What can he say that will make it a less bitter moment for those on the left?
Oh, boy, that's a really hard question. First of all, do I think he will? Will he try to reach out and be a unifier and try to acknowledge that this country is divided, incredibly divided? I don't think he will. That's not who he is. That's not how he got elected. And I don't know him. You could probably answer this better than I could, but it doesn't seem like to me that this would be the moment where he would not try to be his authentic self, which is I'm a marauder, I'm a disruptor, I'm somebody who I'm going to be your fighter against everything you hate about government. I think he'll stay with that kind of theme tonight.
Let me ask Mark, is that how he ran? I mean, has he, let's treasure one more question further. Has he made the process more coarse in general, the key to getting elected president?
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style and he speaks in his language. But I also think when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was talking about it, that Democrats had made the decision to basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump. I remember coming down the stairs with him as president-elect the first time in 2016. And I thought actually he gave a much more open speech to bringing the country together, because that was his first moment speaking as president-elect in 2016 in the wee hours over here at the Manhattan Hilton. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to hit on his campaign themes.
I mean, let's remember we have seen him on the national stage for 8 years. I mean, I covered him in the White House. We covered him in the White House together. We covered him in the campaign. We know who this person is. He's been president before. He's been a presidential candidate before. And we know what his message tends to be. He's done it over and over in this campaign. And that is a message that is darker, that casts America as a dangerous place, a place that only he can fix. Somebody who, as we talk about rhetoric, just called Nancy Pelosi as crazy as a bedbug just recently, right? So let's just remember that is, I think, some of the tone. Now, we may see tonight him look to make I'm not even going to say the word pivot, but perhaps extend an olive branch. Maybe. I mean, listen, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a pattern of history.
To that point, I mean, remember after the horrific assassination attempt against him, the Republican National Convention, and all of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He himself said it.
He said it. Yes, he said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech. And it was for part of the speech, but then it quickly became a very familiar, almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail.
Well, that's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, he had felt in the moment some magnanimity towards.
I will make one bold prediction, though, Savannah.
Yeah.
I predict that he won't say that anybody cheated.
Well, remember, though, even after he won election in 2016, he still made unfounded claims of voter fraud. So win or lose, it is something that he has a pattern of doing.
I remember in days after the 2016 election, he and his staff summoned network anchors, executives for an off-the-record meeting at Trump Tower, and it was off the record, so I won't go deeply into it. But to say we were under the impression it was going to be a reset meeting, it was not.
Well, and that I think
she got chewed out.
You got chewed out.
Sounds like it. I'm like, let me leave. I wasn't there.
Between the lines on that one.
Yes, we were kind of told what time it was.
Yeah.
Well, just to speak to that, I mean, again, we don't have to rehash all of it here, and we're still waiting for Pennsylvania to be called, but he is somebody who has called journalists the enemies of the people. Just at a rally recently, he talked about being surrounded by bulletproof glass, and that if somebody wanted to come after him in a attempted assassination, again, they'd have to shoot through the media first, and he'd be okay with that. His campaign tried to suggest that's not what he said, but that is the kind of language that we have heard from him consistently.
And remember how he launched his campaign vowing retribution. And in recent weeks and days, we've heard him talk about his political rivals as being the enemy from within. His vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, has spent a lot of time answering for that in interviews that he has done.
Well, just to bring everybody up to date, 1:30 on the East Coast, and we are awaiting Donald Trump, who's expected to speak at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Battlegrounds remain to be called, and so there still is a narrow path, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. But the trend lines, and the reason you're hearing this tone from Democrats and Republicans alike, is the trend lines are indicating that it will be a Trump victory, but this has not been called yet. So you have the audience there waiting to hear from the former president. These are the uncalled battleground states. Those are the trend lines that we're talking about. Pennsylvania, a healthy Trump margin there with 94% of the vote in. Those states out west, Arizona and Nevada, we may not know about those for several hours now, and we are waiting. Wisconsin and Michigan kind of bringing up the rear there in terms of these Midwest, East Coast time zones. So we will continue to follow this, but Kamala Harris, I should mention, has gone home for the night. Cedric Richmond, who is the co-chair of the Harris campaign, came out and addressed the crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C., letting them know that she would address them and address the country, he said, tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. Well, it is Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, but in a few hours from now.
Yeah, and we should, it's worth noting in 2016, after his victory, he appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his remarks. And we are in the 1 a.m. hour, and we saw that motorcade a bit earlier crossing the bridge in West Palm. But we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
Well, we know we won't hit traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade, but we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, what tone he might strike. And also, Mark Lauder, you were there, you know him. Let's just pretend he listens to his advisors. What would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then and she calls, they reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one Republican president has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. He ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? Is it the mass deportation? Is it, the tariffs, for example? He's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts. And then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into, and some of those other areas. But ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president. What does that mean in terms of how he would govern?
You have 8 months to get something done before they start running for re-election? No, in reality, you obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interest for their re-election, their campaign interests. You're going to have what I assume would be a primary to be your successor, and then obviously the Democrats will have their primary.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the House is controlled by the Democrats. Remember when Trump got elected last time, he had the House and the Senate. He had all three, and there was he struggled. He got the tax cuts done. But that was really the only, he didn't repeal Obamacare. He didn't build the wall. He didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do, even though he had all three houses. So I worry that if the Democrats get the House, then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault. As opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order. And I think he's got to do the tariffs. And he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous. So that's another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for us to know whether the Democrats take the House before we start speculating too much. And part of me, I want the Democrats to take the House because I think there'll be a check. On the other hand, they also will be a scapegoat.
Well, let's be clear. If the Republicans hold on to the House, they have the Senate. If they win the White House, you have an ideological 6-3 Supreme Court. You will have the Republicans in charge of every branch of government in this country.
And not to raise this specter, but it is possible that if Donald Trump wins another term, if that happens, and we have not called Pennsylvania or the race yet, so big ifs here, but if that happens, you could maybe see some court retirements if there is a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican in the White House as well, and then the court could become even more conservative. Again, potentially, I don't want to go too far down that road. Let's see how the night shakes out, but since you brought it up, Savannah, just to throw that in.
Well, that brings us to Tom Yamas and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
We've been talking so much about those collar counties. I want to talk about the I-222 corridor, and I know we have some PA homies in the house tonight. I'm sorry if my highway is not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is the Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York County. As we move up, Lancaster, about even there. We'll keep going. Berks County here, overperforming again, almost all the votes in there. We go to Lehigh now. She's underperforming. Harris is underperforming from Biden. Trump is overperforming. And we finish over here in Northampton again, Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county, overperforming there. And then I want to show you the polls, guys, right? This was the exit poll that sort of, I don't want to say it surprised us, but this told us that the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number, 2020, 27%. In 2024, 41%. It was just not Latino voters. And again, I know this could change. These are early exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57, but even black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024. And again, that Latino margin, that spread right there. And I bring this up because we were talking a lot about that Madison Square Garden rally, that joke that was made about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans and how it would affect the race and how it would affect what happened in Pennsylvania. So far, we have not seen it have any tremendous effect. Again, we'll get all the data post-Thanksgiving and we'll be able to sort of figure all that out. But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll, again, Biden's number, where Trump is. This is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco. 62%, 61%, almost about the same. But again, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to be at the same mark as Biden or higher. And then Philadelphia right now, this is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, 15% of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there. So she could claw that back. And I don't want to forget Bucks County here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris underwater at 48 and Trump up at 50. He may possibly flip Bucks County. 75% of the vote is in. Hallie Jackson's the Bucks County expert here, so I'll leave it to her.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It was Biden County in 2016 as well, right? By a slim margin.
It was Clinton County.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you're right.
I'm sorry, Democratic County, of course.
Yeah, but this is the only collar
possibly.
county. Yeah, Hallie, you're right. This is the only collar county Republicans thought they had a chance in, or could at least claw back some of the vote, maybe peel back some of the Democratic support. And tonight it looks like it's happened. We're still waiting on a quarter of the vote. But that's a strong, when you see a number like that in Bucks County, you know it's going to be a tough night for Democrats.
And as we talk about the education gap here in this race, I will just point out that Bucks County does have a bigger education gap than you see in some of those other Philadelphia suburban counties as well. You have an area like Lower Bucks, you see more of sort of that blue collar voter there.
And the fact that Erie County also has gone for Trump, that's a huge bellwether in the state. And that's why Democrats who are texting me are saying all of these signs are just not.
But I'm going to read it real quick. Folks, this is 2016 all over again. And the reason I say that is this. We're sitting here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states leaning Democrat, Trump, Democrat, Trump. A lot of these states could be called right now, but they won't call them because Harris has probably told them not to until she lets them know. And hence the same thing of 2016 where there was no, we didn't get the election called until right there at the end when
Savannah, I can tell you right now,
we
the
finally
anticipation
conceded
far
and let
outpaces the available
Trump
information
We'll
about
see
what Donald
happens.
Trump will say and when he will say it. They're broadcasting another network in here, and we're getting a lot of cheers from a crowd who is anticipating a victory speech. I can tell you on the platform behind me, you probably can't quite see it, but the glass is up. The teleprompter glass is up for prepared remarks. But I think it's possible that part of the delay here may be that those remarks don't yet exist. Trump told reporters this morning after he voted that he hadn't written anything yet. He hadn't written a concession speech. He hadn't written a victory speech. He is something of a superstitious person, and it's possible he did not want to put anything on paper early, not knowing the results. For right now, I'm like tapping through my phone. We're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think part of the problem is Trump himself may not be entirely clear what message he wants to give to the country when he decides to step forward and give it. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Let's go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, where they're shutting it down. Cedric Richmond had just came out a little earlier saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will tomorrow. Any further word there, Peter?
Yeah, I think most accurate to say that we are shutting it down at this point, shy of 2 o'clock here. We're the only ones left, a matter of reporters here who are sort of bundling up their gear in anticipation of the vice president returning to Howard University, her alma mater, as we were told. I guess it's later today. She'll be speaking today, Wednesday, not just to her supporters, but to a national audience as well. Obviously, this thing isn't done yet, but certainly based on the expressions we saw, the information we're getting from those in and around the Harris campaign, it doesn't feel like a winning night for them, a successful campaign. We heard a funeral type atmosphere from those top donors who were gathered at a hotel not far from here. Kamala Harris never arrived at this location, not dissimilar to Hillary Clinton back in 2016 when it was one of her aides who came out and said she wouldn't be speaking, that she would deliver remarks the next day. Ultimately, it was then when she delivered a concession. So they're keeping close eyes on Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is, you know, there are key demographics and critical counties and crucial states where they're just underperforming.
Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska in the split electoral votes. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58% of the vote is in there.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one in Omaha, that's adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think we await District 2. I think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand him the White House once more.
Yeah, we await his comments. Stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break.
All right, rest of my commentary here. I'm going to mute this real quick. Folks, this is, I watched the 2016 night all the way to the end until we were where we're at right now, where Trump was getting ready to go out on stage. We were waiting on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada to be called. And right before Trump came out on stage, Hillary called and conceded. And so his speech became, hey, I just talked to Hillary. She congratulated me. She conceded. We won. That's what I'm anticipating happening right now. They would have already called these states had it been the reversed and Kamala was ahead. These states would have already been called. They're not calling Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, or Nevada until they absolutely have to and they don't have a choice, or Kamala Harris says, hey, I'm going to go ahead and concede, call it and give it to Trump. And I'm hoping Obama, Hillary, somebody will call her and get her to at least address people know what's going on.
It's nearly 2 a.m. in the east. We're looking at the scene in West Palm Beach, Florida, where supporters of former President Donald Trump are celebrating, early celebration. The race has not been called yet, but there is anticipation that the former president will speak here tonight. And so there is great excitement. Let me hand it over to Kristen Welker right now, who can talk about the other big headline of the night, and that's the balance of power.
Yeah, Lester, Republicans cheering for this as well, because NBC News has projected that Republicans will take control of the Senate after claiming 2 seats. Let's take a look at some of the races, though, that we're still watching. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for his 4th term in the Senate. This race, too close to call. His challenger is McCormick, and let's look, you can see right there, 51 to 41 so far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from Dave McCormick. Baldwin looking for another term in the Senate. She is getting a real run for her money from real estate and CEO executive Eric Hovde. Let's go over to Nevada now. Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now, this open seat, Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins, and the remaining incumbents holding on to Democratic seats have always been on defense there, but those are very tight races, and in the case of Nevada, tighter than I think was expected.
Way tighter than expected in Nevada, and quite frankly, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of these races have gotten much tighter in these recent weeks. But look, if former President Donald Trump does, in fact, win the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you, the Republican, I just got a text from source, Republican Senate source, they're feeling pretty darn good about tonight.
Well, we have a few seconds here. We await the appearance of Donald Trump in that hall in West Palm Beach, Florida. We see a celebratory atmosphere there. People, cheering and hugging, and it looks like a victory party. And when the former president steps out, perhaps that's exactly what it will be. However, NBC News has not projected or made those final calls. Let's take a pause right here and give a chance to other stations to join.
In the second administration, your thoughts 30,000 feet of this win?
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage, 2024 election. This is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Celebration has broken out. The crowd now eagerly awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand the glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
By the way, we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is in Philadelphia, crunches those numbers. And the motto there is they don't need to be first, they need to be right. And we really do exercise an abundance of caution.
Somebody I'm looking for here, and I don't know if he's in this convention center or if he's still at Mar-a-Lago with former President Trump, is Elon Musk, because he potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if, in fact, we do call Pennsylvania for former President Trump. He created this super PAC, put a ton of money behind Donald Trump in this state, did that very controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing for, First and Second Amendment rights, et cetera. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into this race behind former President Trump and has become a very close ally of his. It speaks to what we've been talking about. Young men, there's this picture, Mar-a-Lago, Elon Musk, Dana White, UFC Muskie guy, out there with
Well, by the
Donald
way,
Trump.
speaking of, I mean, first of all, Elon Musk hours ago tweeted or X'd or whatever you call it now, game, set, match. So he's already been feeling that victory. But let's talk about RFK. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has stated that Donald Trump promised to give him everything having to do with health care in the government. So we'll see if he keeps that promise.
And he is, again, a very controversial figure here, talking about children's health. He's big in the sort of anti-vaccine movement. Former President Trump has said just recently that he would be in favor of him sort of being in position. Remember, there's also this interesting dynamic where RFK ended up on the ballot in one of these blue wall states. You saw former President Trump traveling with him to Michigan and Wisconsin. It seems like to remind people, no, he's with me, right? Put my name at the top of the ticket, not RFK Jr.'s, but he has been brought into the Trump fold as well.
Well, Elon Musk is so fascinating because he was actually in charge of part of the Get Out the Vote effort. And Trump campaign officials, and I interviewed Caroline Levitt today and asked her about this. She said, look, it's unconventional. This is what we're doing. The campaign is also involved. But the bottom line, it seems to have worked, at least in some of these states that we've called so far.
We just saw the actor John Voight among those gathered waiting to hear from President Trump. I think we have former President Trump, Garrett Haake at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Are you getting any guidance on the timing?
Savannah, I've got nothing but bad news for you. I have no guidance. And in fact, Trump campaign officials who are texting me back have no guidance. So we're all in a bit of a waiting period here for the former president, I think, to make the decision to come speak. You mentioned another network having called this race. Obviously, not a decision we have made. NBC News not making any projection, but I do think that will weigh on Trump's thinking now that his audience here in the room believes he has won. I've not laid eyes on Elon Musk yet, but I have seen Tucker Carlson, who was part of the sort of core group of folks at the Mar-a-Lago party earlier this evening. Everyone who was there has decamped for the convention center. So really, the stage is set for Donald Trump's moment whenever he chooses to take it. And this crowd is ready. I've been watching people who in many cases have been here for hours and enjoying the cash bar quite thoroughly, hugging and smiling and dancing along to the program, ready for a victory celebration that for them has been a very long time coming.
Hey, Garrett, let me ask you. You know, we've been reporting for weeks that this is going to be a tie, and we've seen what Democrats now see.
Yeah.
Was there any expression of pessimism? Was there concern that there, but for the grace of God, go I? Republicans could have gone in the same direction as the Dems.
When I talked to people within the Trump campaign the last couple of days, there were a lot of nerves because what they were trying to do was very much unproven. They had a theory that they could expand the electorate, they could turn out all these new voters, they could convince young men to show up and vote, and it was totally unproven. And, the Trump campaign ethos in general, from the top down, is to be confident, borderline cocky, until you are proven wrong. And so that's mostly what they projected. But in these last couple of days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw, I think, the vice president's closing message. They saw Donald Trump at a lot of his rallies kind of failing to deliver the knockout blow with his own closing message. And they did get a little nervous. But their theory of the case was always that this electorate existed and they needed to prove it to be true. And I can tell you I have gotten several text messages from Trump campaign staffers and major donors basically saying, see, we told you so. I mean, for them, it was always going to be either a close Kamala Harris victory in their view or a sweep potentially of the battleground states if their theory was right. They have felt minute by minute and hour by hour tonight that the evidence is pointing towards their theory being right. And we won't know till all the votes are counted, but certainly it's starting to look that way as we approach 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we are approaching 2 o'clock in the morning and waiting to hear from the former president, or some words when we might hear from him. Again, this race has not been called by this network. This network's still going through its processes, and when it's ready to speak, our decision desk will speak.
But as we look at where the numbers are and what the mood music is, if you will, I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be, if in fact former President Trump does well in Pennsylvania and we call that race for him, et cetera, who will be in his ear? Who will be in his inner circle? And as we're talking about some of this, it may be striking for some folks to remember back in 2016, Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail, his son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Melania Trump has been a rare presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time. And both Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have largely taken a back seat. They've kept an arm's length away from domestic politics here and have not been on the trail much. They may be here tonight if, in fact, he comes out and gives some sort of big speech. They may line up as part of the family, but they have not been a presence in the way that they were.
Well, let's also not forget that 40-year-old J.D. Vance, who served in the United States Senate for 2 years, is on the precipice of becoming the vice president of the United States for a man who's 78 years old. So, I mean, this is a moment.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about who would serve in the administration, I think this is actually a better opportunity for him coming back after the 4 years in between. Because normally when you have the second term, you just shuffle the chairs on the deck. You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. I mean, the house got cleaned, and now he's able to rebuild the entire thing.
I think he will put, for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do you think he says, you know what, I'll give you the FDA or the health department?
Or HHS.
HHS, yes, exactly.
Those are Senate confirmed, and so unless you went with an acting role,
Which
he would be.
himself has said he doesn't mind having acting heads in there.
I mean, I'll leave that to him. But what I'm also going to say, though, is that when it comes to, whether it's in the national security space, in the all the other spaces, he's learned from that. I was there the moment he walked into the Oval Office for the first time as president, about 7 o'clock p.m. on January 20th, 2017. And most of the people we did not know because he wasn't the politician. Reince was doing all of this, who was the person of Washington, D.C. You're taking
talking about his former
Congress,
chief of staff, Reince Priebus,
And so now he's got that knowledge.
Well, and it's striking because so many of the people who served in his administration have said he's unfit to serve. And so they won't be returning, obviously. And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that in recent weeks, all of the people who called him, for example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just acknowledging the history-making moment that we are witnessing. The fact that he's only the second president in more than 100 years, if he does in fact win, to go back to the White House and serve non-consecutive terms.
What do you think of your old boss, former Vice President Mike Pence, is thinking? He did not endorse Donald Trump, and of course, famously, did his constitutional duty on January 6th to the chance of hang Mike Pence. What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's probably thinking about it from a policy standpoint. I mean, the campaign is over. That decision has been made by the American people. And so I think he'll look that if there's an area where they are in agreement on policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will decide whether he will make that known or just quietly wait and know that you've got actually another opportunity 4 years down the road, not to run, I'm not saying that, but to influence another set of policymakers.
But there is a reason that he's seen so many of the people that worked under him leave and now speak ill of him. And so what does that mean for the future of his next cabinet?
Well, I think a lot of times you have to realize how to communicate with him and also what your role is. I mean, I think this is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington, D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general, is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation. But there's only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
Claire, you had a thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people will be looking at is the military. We have a civilian-controlled military in the United States, but there is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership, about the separation of politics and the military. And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what he thought they ought to do when they ought to do it sometimes. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military, and they have come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of very different second term. He was doing an interview with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity asked him if he would be a dictator, and he said only on day one. And of course, some of his supporters said, look, that was hyperbole, it was a joke. But the reality is, I think this administration will look a lot different. There will be people there who will support, and the question is how many will be able to question him, to challenge him. We know that he also has his eye on people like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio, obviously Elon Musk, as we have discussed, as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ball game.
And potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never had that before, right? And we don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark too. So listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state. And because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump way of thinking is that deep state, these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Well, I think he will take. I don't speak for the former president or his campaign, and
we've got an important call to make here.
Moments away from calling one of the key battlegrounds.
Yes, NBC News can now project
Pennsylvania
that Donald Trump will win in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes.
67.
Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in front, difference of 188,000 votes, 95% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
And with that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. That it's because of Nebraska. Yeah.
I was looking there going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called in Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap. So a second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House. That would be the one check on Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well. So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his
Tom,
remarks.
to be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266. If we fill in, and let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point, you can no longer fill in some holes here. But he wins Alaska, and then we go back. Oh, and Maine. There's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272. Again, and we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So I think Tom is making an excellent point here that we haven't hit that magic 270 number just yet. But with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond taking the stage. That memo had suggested to staffers, listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have now called Pennsylvania. That is incredibly significant here. And so do we hear from, if not her, as we don't expect to, the campaign tonight? And then obviously, what are we going to hear when former President Trump himself takes the stage there down in Palm Beach?
And will she call him to concede? I mean, that's my question. If you'll rewind back to 2016, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did, in fact, call Donald Trump that night to concede.
And the next morning she came before the cameras. It was, I believe, late morning, if memory serves. She did. And I think the Democratic the leaders have signaled that she will address the country tomorrow. And they certainly could read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed. And so, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes that he needs.
Well, and I remember talking to John Podesta in 2016 and saying, have you written a concession speech at the beginning of the night? And he said, no, because we don't even want to think about that. And you have to ask that question. Did Harris even have a concession speech, or is that part of what she's thinking through? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night.
AP still has not called Pennsylvania as of yet. So that's what we're waiting.
You're being presumptuous to go out and write a.
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages as well, yours, that this feels a lot like that. There is a distinction here, and I defer, of course, to the former Hillary Clinton campaign correspondent, but there was, in some ways, an air of inevitability around Hillary Clinton that just didn't exist around Kamala Harris. She wasn't even supposed to be on the top of this ticket 6 months ago, right? So it was a very different vibe coming into this. She talked about, and her campaign cast her as the underdog here in this race, not as the sort of heir apparent, if you will. So there are some distinctions here.
By the way, this is the third straight election in which it appears that pollsters have underestimated the Trump vote. I mean, we will see. We don't have all the numbers here, and we can all do the comparison, but it does appear that he, at least, maybe it's not a polling miss, because those were, in most of these battlegrounds, dead ties, and within the margin of error. And if it's in the margin of error, it's not a polling miss. But there's no question, Tom, that in the counties that you have now memorized, that will be haunting you to the last of your days, that he was outperforming and getting new voters to the polls and squeezing out more voters, especially in those rural districts.
We were looking in all those battleground states, and the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming in the rural areas. She was underperforming Biden in those urban areas, in the blue counties she needed to win. I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing, I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but if former President Trump goes back to the White House, something else you guys, I don't think you've talked about it yet, is the Supreme Court. And what happens to the Supreme Court? And if anything happens there, we saw how he completely reshaped that court. And if he's reelected, and it looks like he's going to be, I mean, not that there's anyone sort of hanging on there at the Supreme Court, but it's something that Republicans are going to be thinking about.
Well, and here's the other point to remind people of. The Supreme Court issued a ruling that gave him immunity from all official acts. Prior to tonight, Donald Trump was facing 3 legal battles and was also convicted.
He's got a
He's got a
sentence.
November 26th
Correct.
sentencing date.
So there will be a lot of questions about how all of that will
There are two
unfold.
state cases with sentencing case. The sentencing is in the New York State
Hush
case,
money case.
and then there are two federal cases which will functionally
Effectively
disappear.
go away,
I mean,
yes,
they'll go
exactly.
away if he
Exactly.
took office and they were still going. He could pardon himself. He could have a different attorney general. I mean, there's a million. They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free all of the January 6th convicts. We'll have to see how that works functionally. And he'll fire Jack Smith on day one, and again, the deportation force, which he has promised to start on day one. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds. They're just very clear.
Think about what Judge
Yeah.
Merchan in New York
If he
State Court will
has-
do with the
if he
sentencing
has
date
48
before him, whether he
they
just
have
tables
not
it or, you know,
Trump has that
but
yet.
in any
He
event.
has not.
That could mean another Supreme Court intervention to try to find out
It could. It'll be very
what
interesting.
happens.
Yeah, it's an experienced judge. I don't know what he'll do. He may just, you know, recognize what's going on. And in the end, it is a business records case. You know, so he may decide, okay, the conviction stands, but choose not to sentence to jail, which actually would be in line with similar situated defendants.
I
Yeah,
see you have
so
your
it would be
court,
surprising.
your court TV hat back on here.
I know, exactly. It's like all that legal education put to use here at 2:00 in the morning as we await Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Palm.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a holding period right now. The crowd is I guess, watching some speeches or videos right now, and they're waiting for the former president to come out. We don't know whether he will claim victory. Again, we have not made that call. At least one other network has, and the crowd reacted to that a bit early. But we make no statement from that, other than the fact that we're our decision desk works along with its own metrics in making these decisions. So they will at some point make calls, and we'll see where the evening ends up.
Yeah, well, barring an earthquake in some of these states, such as Alaska, you know, I think that by calling Pennsylvania, you know, it's sort of all over, but the voting, but we will wait for the official moment of 270 votes. But I can guarantee you Donald Trump isn't. There's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum. These are former opponents in the primary who were quickly dispatched and then came over to the Trump side, and perhaps they have stars in their eyes about what roles they may play in a Trump
There's
administration.
another piece of history that if this goes the way that it seems likely to go here, and he does hit 270 electoral votes, he would be the oldest president ever elected. He would actually beat now President Biden by about 143 days. So he would make history in that setting as well. That is not something he prefers to talk about, especially as age has become front and center in this race, as Vice President Harris looked to cast him as sort of exhausted, questioning his fitness for office in those final days of the campaign. Again, an argument that clearly did not seem to resonate for voters in Georgia, in North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, those battlegrounds that appeared to be putting him over the edge.
Let's go to Garrett Hank. He is there at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains unambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're just doing a switcheroo here with getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We can have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
A new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right?
Yes.
With Donald Trump back in office here. The dynamic's different, especially with the way that the Republican Party has changed. Think about it, gone. And Ryan Nobles is joining us guess knows this. Mitch McConnell will not be in Senate leadership anymore. So, I remember in 2017 when Kristen and I were, newly minted White House, or you were a White House correspondent, I came on board. There's a lot of discussion about the Republican establishment and Donald Trump, and would he bend to them or would they bend to him? We now have that answer 8 years later, and that is what Washington, it seems, if this goes the way, barring any big surprises, will look like.
Well, and that's what we were talking about at the convention. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Yeah, and the type of new senator that you're going to see coming in and joining the ranks of the existing senators are all senators that are in what you'd call the MAGA mold, right? These are people that have run campaigns that are in the same vein as the type of campaign that Donald Trump has run. These are people that very much sought Donald Trump's endorsement, felt that it was necessary to connect with him and his base. The best example of this is Mike Rogers, right? Former congressman from Michigan, who at a certain point in his career attempted to try and break himself from Donald Trump, tried to be a part of this kind of anti-Trump establishment. Maybe he thought that was the future of the Republican Party. Went away from politics for a little while, came back when he saw that a seat was open in Michigan, and basically did everything he could to make himself in the MAGA mold. And now he's going to be a part of this new group. Oh, he could potentially be part of this new group of senators. We haven't called that.
Yeah, I'm just peeking. He's leading by a little bit. We have it as too close to call.
Great.
Well, you look at Senator Marco Rubio, who I just saw there. All of these former opponents, it's either get on board or get run over. And, that's kind of the way that it's been, and many of them have.
Ted
former
Cruz
Trump critics, I might mention J.D. Vance, a former Trump critic who is about to be vice president of the United States.
Yeah, and I've had many conversations with both senators and aides and people with a lot of influence on Capitol Hill, and they've talked about this metamorphosis. And they've talked about how maybe they don't like necessarily Donald Trump's personality or the way he presents himself or the way he talks about people. But they also realize that, and what is clearly evident tonight, that he has captured the pulse of at least half of the American people, and in particular, the American people that elect Republicans to office. And so you can try and fight against that establishment if you want to be a Republican, or you can get on board. And more you see these Republicans getting on board. The question, I think, becomes, does that translate into some sort of governable posture? They're very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good at complaining about things, turning that into actual action, because Donald Trump has laid out a long list of things he'd like to get done. Like, how quickly can he remove tax on tips or tax on overtime, which is something that he's promised? He may have the votes to do that. Now it's actually time to turn that.
But then you got to find the money elsewhere when you want money for other things. So budgets are budgets.
I do think it's worth, just as we sit here and reflect on the history of this moment, thinking about not only is this historic because he's the first president to serve 9 consecutive terms in more than 100 years, but think about the political comeback that we are witnessing. Think about January 6th and the days after that, and the number of Republicans who wrestled with whether to impeach him again and convict him, and who tried to separate themselves from him, much like you're discussing, Ryan, and who've written him off politically, who just could not conceive of this moment. And then he had this incredible showing in the primary, and now here he is tonight on the cusp of, I think, going back to the White House.
Of that period of time where Mitch McConnell had that moment where he had to make a decision during the second impeachment trial as to whether or not he would lift his thumb and allow a whole group of Republican senators who were seriously thinking about voting to impeach him, and put Donald Trump in a position where he would not be able to run for office again. And at the time, Mitch McConnell's argument was that this was not a decision, a political decision, that this would be a legal decision.
Decided in the courts.
He would be prosecuted, and a judge and jury would decide whether or not he should be convicted of those crimes.
I want to show you very quickly a photo of Donald Trump apparently taken backstage. This is not it, but there it is. So he's... I
think that was posted by one of his sons, just mentioned by Garrett Hake a few moments ago. So
one of the other... I'm sorry, I was going to say, one of the other things, I think there is still some suspense to the evening as it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is something else that speaks to this idea of a mandate. Because over the course of the last 8 years, one of the things that you often hear said about former President Trump is, well, he doesn't have half the country, right? He's not there. He wins the electoral vote. What does the popular vote look like? And what do these other battlegrounds look like? Yes, we've called here at NBC News, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, all still out there. His campaign, his allies would be thrilled with a battleground sweep if that's what this turns out to be. As a talking point that will drive them over the course of
Well,
the
not
next
only
20 months.
that, I mean, Donald Trump has been extremely clear about his agenda, whether it's no tax on tips or if it's tariffs, if it's,
mass deportations.
Mass deportations, the war in Ukraine, cutting off the money spigot, trying to negotiate an end to it right away. I mean, so, if he wins a battleground sweep in the popular vote, it's not that people didn't know what they were voting for.
I do wonder, and especially when you put it in that context, that was one of the things that Vice President Harris struggled with to some extent. And they made the calculation that she wasn't going to get specific about every single potential policy issue. And she is someone who, of course, was thrust into this race with 100 days to go, who had frankly never won a primary. I mean, remember in 2019, she dropped out before Iowa.
You know what's very interesting in one of the exit polls? Kamala Harris's favorable rating, 48%. Donald Trump's, 44%.
That's right.
People like him less, and it appears
But the people who
voted
liked
into
him,
an office.
the people who liked him showed up here, and maybe others as well. And look at Joe Biden's approval rating too. I do think that comes into play here. His favorability at 41%.
Well, they may not like him, but they like what he says. They like his policies.
I talk to voters all the time that say, I can't stand him. I don't like the way he picks on people. I don't like his tweets. I don't like the way that he picks on people that aren't like him, but I love his policies.
But in his mind, does that validate his worst instincts now? I mean, will the lesson for him of this election be, course works?
And also it doesn't matter, Lester, right? Because he's not going to run for re-election again. That's it. He's going to have these 4 years, and he's the same Donald Trump, but he may govern differently. And what I mean by that is that he knows Washington now. The first time he didn't know Washington. Now he knows Washington. And also the people that are going to sign up for his cabinet, they know what to expect. You remember, all these people signed up, they got approved, and then they quickly were dismissed. What we saw with his campaign that was different from 2016 and really from his White House presidency, the team he assembled is the team that stayed. Right? His campaign team, those around him, are the people that stayed. What's different this time around, though, Trump's inner circle is much different. We've mentioned this. No more Jared, no more Ivanka. There's much different people that have gotten close to him over these 4 years. So it may be a little different, and everyone that signs up sort of knows what to expect. I think when you talk about people like Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Tim Scott, these are people who stayed very close to him. They ran against him, but they stayed very close to him. You could see positions like Secretary of State and other cabinet positions being offered to these senators.
Some of the OGs are still around, right? Some of those 2016 people who came in
Think about
early are
Kellyanne Conway.
I'm thinking Jory Lewandowski, who's back in the fold.
Steve Bannon, still an outside advisor. I'm told not planning to go back to the White House, but I think these are people who will continue to be in his
They'll be in his ear.
But I wonder, to your point, though, Lester, when we look at this campaign, one of the things that was much different than what we saw in 2020 and 2016, aside from the candidate himself, the operation was far more disciplined than what we saw in those previous two election cycles.
Absolutely.
Chris LaCivita, who I covered for a long time as a political reporter in Virginia, Susie Wiles, they at least kept the overall message of the campaign, very focused throughout the entire time. Now, he would get off the rails from time to time. That made their lives difficult, but you found them keeping everyone together and focused on a specific message.
But look at the Donald Trump we have seen in just the last few months in terms of message and
He's about to take the stage. Let's listen.
Here's Donald Trump now coming out.
Stepping out. They just called Pennsylvania. They see they called Pennsylvania. That's what it is. Michigan. Arizona.
From the beach in Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, unseen down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave their life to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her. today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where peace I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and remember still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Like you can put former President Donald Trump, who is the lead electoral votes away from the presidency again. Look at that next speech.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on
And I
this.
am watching
Incredible
movement.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. In addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Look, you say Wisconsin, that has not been called yet.
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes.
It has not been called by the AP yet. It has not been called by NBC yet.
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
He does have a 68 million to 63 million, 5 million vote popular vote lead right now.
Thank you.
If AP or NBC called
Thank you very much.
Wisconsin over,
Winning the popular vote was very nice.
Alaska
Very nice. I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Right now, 51 Republicans,
The Senate
42
races
Democrats.
in
House, 190
Montana,
Republicans, and 160
Nevada,
Democrats.
Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3.
So I think
And it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that.
These
And
2
we have,
years, I told
you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
There's no reason for it to go back up. He can't run again. This is it. He can't hold
And I
another
want to thank
term of office.
Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Oh, Barron's doing that, buddy.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
He pretty much got it. I mean, there's no hope for Harris to win now. There's just not enough votes. Every state has to vote for her. And
His absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
All right. Let's see what J.D. Vance has got to say. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and the third, so there's no way for her.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
If Harris won every state right now, the
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Cleveland, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona.
Thank you very much.
Well, Trump would still win, but
He's turned out to be a good choice.
he wouldn't win.
I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little.
Hopefully, Michigan is growing.
It lost that little.
Wisconsin is
That
growing.
little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the
90%
greatest
reporting in
country and
Wisconsin.
potentially the greatest
Wisconsin.
country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. We just, if we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden, right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
So they're either waiting for Harris to concede, or
where is he?
They are
Bryson.
really counting votes, trying to find enough votes.
Oh, he was
He
shot.
couldn't make it anyway with what's here goes Alaska.
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy.
They need to go ahead and call this thing. I don't know why they're putting that.
So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because
I apologize.
people love to hear from him.
I bought it from another site trying to get some insight. So I've been screaming for 9 hours.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustle with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. we've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special.
sure
And
what networks are waiting on
pay
now.
you back. We're going to do
There
the
is no
best
path
job. We're
to
going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add
50,000 ahead.
a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in.
That's what he is.
And he's going to help make America healthy again.
That's the quicker you keep recording. Michigan, Wisconsin, 91% recording. Michigan, 77% recording.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. We have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. just as I did in my first term. We had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
President-elect, pretty much, Donald Trump. 267 Florida votes, 23 away votes. Alaska would give it to him.
Former President Trump making about 25 minutes worth of remarks, essentially acknowledging that he has been called by other networks, not this one so far, as the next president of the United States, coming out with family and supporters there, a crowd that had waited a considerable amount of time, but obviously eager and happy about the outcome of the evening. As we said, NBC News has not projected that he is over the top yet, but he has a clear path to victory and the White House at this point.
And we just saw Barron Trump, 18 years old, cast his first vote in a general election for president today for his father. And people say that Barron Trump has actually had a lot of ideas about having his father appeal to young men his age.
One of the young men
seems to be part of the coalition that we're seeing take shape now.
You heard from former President Trump there. Again, we have not called the race for president for him. We have called the race for Pennsylvania for him, and that appears to be the critical key for him to get to 270 at some point throughout the course of the early evening. He has not officially won the popular vote yet, although he is leading on that front. We have not officially called control of the House of Representatives yet. That could take a while. He clearly feels confident about that, saying that they've won. Again, that is not the case just yet. The Republicans do have control of the Senate, but you heard former President Trump there say that we have an unprecedented and powerful mandate at this historic moment here. He is now, once we officially call the race, would be the oldest president ever elected, only the second president elected to a non-consecutive term. You saw him basking in the moment. At one point, he looked around and said something like, "Isn't this crazy?" I mean,
I got to refresh real quick, folks. I've been streaming 9 hours now, and my computer is starting to slow down. So, let me get a refresh here. Look, on 3 o'clock in the morning, and we still do not have a president yet, as these Democrat-led media networks are holding off for some reason. I don't know why, because I call them at right now and give Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska to her, and she would win at 270. She's not going to get Alaska. She could only get 267 if she took Nevada and Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She doesn't have the votes to get her there. It's just not there. Yes, my tabs I got open here and try to keep the stream going. Wisconsin's 91%. 1,586,000. Trump 1,463,000. Harris, they don't really call Wisconsin. They might as well go and call Alaska and get it over with because it's going to go to Trump. It always does. That's a big Republican state.
to sort of, again, quote unquote, resist.
everybody. We are here waiting on a couple of states to be called here. We need the AP, NBC, somebody needs to make a call here. Fox has already called a long time ago, but usually the AP gives you the final call, usually what most campaigns go off of. There's 267, 224. Alaska is all he needs, and that's probably going to get called soon. Alaska very rarely goes anything other than red, and it's 59% in, and he's got a 30,000 point lead. Nevada is 81% in. He's got a 54,000 point lead. 92% in Wisconsin. He's got about 100 and some thousand. 78% in Michigan. He's got about 300,000. There's no viable path for Harris at this point. So they may as well go ahead and call this thing and be done with it. GOP does have control of the Senate now, and they have 192 House seats. So 192 to 02 is 10, 02 to 12 is 20. They need 26 more seats to have control of the House. So there you go. All right, we're 25 seconds away from back. I'm going to go for about another 20 minutes maybe, and then I'm about to fall asleep here. So, switch back over there. I'm waiting on a call anytime now. I don't think we're going to go much longer.
Talked about Elon Musk at length.
All right, so we are still in a holding pattern here. For huh. Okay. I'm gonna go to about 3:45 and then 4 o'clock, and then we'll call it a night. I've been going 9 hours and 37 minutes online here. The blue wall just wasn't there this time around. Wasn't a blue wave.
hold on to. In California, the
predict a calling of this election here soon. They can't let this thing go much longer. It's going to make things really difficult for America if they do. They need to call this and be done with it. They all admitted there's no way for her to win. She can't make it. She said there's no votes there. Why keep this? Why drag it out? Let's just get it over with. All right. We are looking at 260 votes for Trump, 224 for Harris, according to the AP. We're waiting on either Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, and that one Maine district with uh, the Alaska would put him over with the AP. He would be president. He's gonna be president either way. There's just not enough votes for Harris to get the. There's not enough votes for Harris to get it. As much as we would love for her to do it, not gonna happen. You know, if you wanted Harris to win, your blue states failed you today. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, right now Michigan and Wisconsin's failing you because Latinos, younger white men, and when these exit polls come out, I've got a funny feeling you're going to find a lot of people bit their tongues, held their nose, and pulled the lever for Donald J. Trump. Is what I'm thinking. But we are 3 electoral votes away from this being over. What can end this right now is Kamala Harris calling AP and NBC and saying, "Hey, call one of these, call Wisconsin, and let's get this over with. Let's move on. Let's let country start healing." But it's not going to happen. I don't see it happening. Stop dragging this on AP. Stop dragging this on NBC. Stop dragging it on. Let's claim it. Call it. Be done with it. So the country can start moving on.
to you all. And thanks for being.
just yet.
Look,
of the 2024 presidential election here on the podcast, YouTube, and Twitch. I've been going for 10 hours and 30 minutes live streaming here. I'm going to give my opinion here. I'm going to be coming off of here shortly because I am worn out from all of my commentary and all tonight. It's 267 votes right now with AP. That's for the AP, okay? If Alaska, and we all know Alaska's going to go to Trump, that's the ball game right there. 73% reporting. He has about a 40,000 vote lead in Alaska right now. Wisconsin, he has 1.638 million to 1.528 million. So he's got about 100,000 vote lead in Wisconsin, and that is with 94% reporting. I think it's time. Go ahead and call Alaska, and let's start giving the country a time to heal. Election not over yet. More states. That, yeah, that age range. They're not going to be the folks that do what yeah, the Republican candidate this these right now by one. That's not up to anything. You got to have 60 votes in the Senate. So that's not a thing done. Now they'll probably come back to leave, but you can't get anything done in the Senate. Because votes, you can't get anything done in the House. Doesn't have control. Maybe I can authority for it until you can't put out, you can't put a threat. Pretty powerful enough that it had to be very gay. They're not going out for authority. So, stop panicking because it's not.
into it.
Yes, we're going to go.
Okay, everybody, this is the Outcast Podcast. I am calling it a night. I've been streaming for 10 hours and 54 minutes, so almost 11 hours of streaming here on my election night coverage. I don't think they're going to call this election anytime soon. I think they're trying to. I just went through the scenario. The only way Harris wins is if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. That's the only way she can do it. Alaska is very much a solid red state. Has been for years. Alaska puts him at 270. He's going to be the next president of the United States. Whether we like it or not, ain't a whole lot we can do about it. The American people have spoken with their voting today. This is the Outcast Podcast. I'm going off the air. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. I hope you all have a good night. God bless. We will see you tomorrow with election recap right here on the Outcast Podcast.